Oh, hello. Ooh. Okay. Okay, let's start the news. Let's go. Let's jump right into it. Sound is okay? Okay. Uh, okay. Hop. Hopla. Today on the tech news, what do we have? We have some startup news, startup acquisition, fundraising, some ChatGPT Amazon news. We have also some CES news, and yeah, roughly speaking, that's what's going on. No. Okay, let's get into the news. Up. OpenAI launches ChatGPT Health to connect user medical records and wellness apps. I guess that's the latest news into the very kind of pattern that we've seen with OpenAI in the last few years, which is that they really try to find a moat on which to rest their economical relevance, I guess, and their financial stability potentially. That goes beyond just having a little chatbot. But I guess they are a bit struggling with this. Huh? So here is the latest variant of that search, I guess. ChatGPT Health. OpenAI announced a new experience called ChatGPT Health that will allow users to securely connect their medical records and wellness apps to the chatbot. ChatGPT Health is not intended for diagnosis or treatment, and it's not supposed to replace medical care, OpenAI said. Mhm. OpenAI said conversation with ChatGPT Health will not be used to train its foundation models. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Is that ChatGPT health is a very sensitive topic. That's funny. They have to put all these asterisks on the subject. Oh, by the way, we're not training. And by the way, yeah. It's funny because each time ChatGPT or OpenAI tries to go into like another vertical, like it's pretty obvious of all of the bad things that are related to the OpenAI way of doing things, and just that the fact that LLMs you know are not ideals maybe. But at the same time, the LLMs is a tech that can be applied to everything and anything, so why not, right? But are people going to trust ChatGPT to be the health expert? Like, and also it's funny that it seems that they try to like put it to try it on the consumer side, because they could have just done that on the corporate side, right? On the B2B side of things. Like They could have just become a provider, an AI provider to, I don't know, all the big labs out there. But no, they want to have their own thing. It's fun. Let's see the video. Yeah, but you can already do that right now. I still don't have any idea what this is about. Like they're still just chatting with their like what? Securely brings your health information and ChatGPT intelligence together to help you feel more informed, prepared, and confident navigating your health. Also, it's very annoying that lots of startups love to output all these kinds of videos where they are filming normal people, but they don't explain what the hell the product is about. You just get to see those people explaining their lives. Wow, and my life is so great. Well, yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? With why am I looking at this on this page? What is the link? Well, let's read. Health is already one of the most common ways people use ChatGPT, true, with hundreds of millions of people asking health and wellness questions each week. ChatGPT Health builds on the strong privacy, security, and data controls across ChatGPT with additional layered protections specifically for health, including purpose-built encryption and isolation to keep health conversation protected and compartmentalized. You can securely connect medical records and wellness apps to ground conversations in your own health information so responses are more relevant and useful to you. Designed in close collaboration with physicians, ChatGPT Health helps people take a more active role in understanding and managing their wealth and wellness while supporting, not replacing, care for clinicians. Okay, so this is like connectors. They're just adding connector plugins to wellness apps or whatever, and they just call that ChatGPT Health. That's what it looks like. scattered across portals, apps, wearables, PDFs, medical notes, na na na. Yeah, health is one of the most common ways people use ChatGPT today. Yeah. De-identified analysis and conversation. Over 230 million people globally ask health and wellness related questions. Yes. Are they doing this to address like a critic that maybe ChatGPT can hallucinate very important health stuff? Or is it just the connector side of things? You can now securely connect to medical records with a wellness app like Apple Health Function and MyFitnessPal. Yeah. The ChatGPT can help you understand recent test results, prepare for appointment with your doctor, get advice on how to approach your diet and workout routine, or understand the trade-off of different insurance options based on your health care patterns. Health is designed to support and not replace medical care. Not intended for diagnosis or treatment. No, no, no. Okay. You can sign up for the wait list. We're starting by providing access to a small group of early users to learn and continue refining the experience. ChatGPT Free Go Plus Pro outside the European Economic Area. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, of course, the EU regulations will not in a million years allow this to happen quickly and efficiently because it's even more important data than the usual data. So yeah. Okay, so it's just connectors. It's just a big article to say, hey, ChatGPT now has connectors with medical apps. Okay, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, and they did. So what is the difference between these, the connectors, and this then? Can submit apps. Ah, yeah, because this is apps inside ChatGPT. Extend ChatGPT conversation by bringing in new context and letting users take action like order groceries. Ah, yeah. So the ChatGPT Health is like the connectors from outside apps to ChatGPT to give the info to ChatGPT. The apps is in within ChatGPT. You can call grocery apps or whatever. Okay. Okay. I mean, look, the you know the connecting tentacles of ChatGPT are extending outwards. That's the in health apps, and I guess soon in a lot of other apps, which might actually be interesting because it might actually provide a more integrated uh like ChatGPT experience or just LLM in general, right? Because of course, if the apps offer connectors to ChatGPT, I guess they will also be able to offer the same kind of APIs and stuff to Gemini, Mistral, DeepSeek, whatever, right? So maybe we are going to a world where it's a bit easier to do things, but no, at the same time, I guess maybe it will be a bit easier to gather information from all the apps that we have, I guess. Next topic. Oh, there, I still didn't change this sound. Okay. Amazon Shop Direct sparks backlash. Amazon's AI shopping tool sparks backlash from online retailers that didn't want websites scraped. Some online businesses are rebuking Amazon for listing their products on its site without their permission. Amazon has been testing a program called Shop Direct that allows consumers to buy products sold on other retailers' websites. Oh, that's funny. Whoa. Really? A buy for me button featured on some items uses AI to purchase products on a customer's behalf. Oh, damn. Wait, but I mean, the shop that is being interacted with, the other retailer websites, they're still getting the money, right? Like, well, okay, maybe they gather less data because now it's a bot instead of a human, right? So you can't properly track the mouse vibrations, you know, and the unique identity, the unique, how do they call that again? You know, like when website track your mouse movements to create a unique like fingerprint. Yeah. So I guess now those poor retailers' website cannot track your mouse movements without an account and cannot recognize if this is the same person thanks to your mouse movement fingerprint. That, you know, it's this is how they recognize if this is the same person browsing this or that website, even if you haven't created an account. Poor retailers, they won't be able to do that now with if it's all Amazon bots doing the buying. So I'm wondering about the arguments of the retailers. What is the arguments against that? Some of those items include a button labeled "Buy from Me" shop direct. But where is this "Buy from Me" button? Helping customer discover even more selection. Amazon shopping app will experience helping customers find products from other brand sites when they search in the Amazon shopping app. I mean, yeah, that's funny. I mean, in a way, it's like disturbing because Amazon doesn't take a cut, or do they? Do they take a cut on the sales that they propose to the customers on these other websites? Like, what's the benefit for Amazon to do that? Well, that's the Amazon website, so I guess they're not going to explain the weeds of it, but Amazon pitched the services, which are in testing phase for some US users, as a way for shoppers to find any product they want and need, including items that aren't available on its site. Over the past decade, Amazon has increasingly turned to third-party merchants for products and now says more than 60% of sales on its retail platform are from independent sellers. In recent weeks, some businesses began to object to their own products being sold on Amazon without their permission, according to posts on Reddit. I mean, like legally speaking, is Amazon? Because of course, when those retailers create those websites to offer products to people, consumers, I mean, is it forbidden for like? Is it bad? I don't think it's forbidden or illegal for other websites to literally promote buying the products of another website. It's just it's a bit weird, and it's I guess it's too nice to not be suspicious, right? But that's fine. Amazon pitched the services, which are in testing phase. No, no, no. Over the past decade, Amazon has increasingly turned to third-party merchants for products and now says 60% of sales on its retail platforms are from independent sellers. Yeah, but those are independent sellers that have an Amazon account and Amazon takes a cut on each sale, right? So, yeah, it's logical. It's not suspicious. It's like expected, right? But this is different. In recent weeks, some businesses began to object to their product being sold on Amazon without permission. No, no, no. Retailers said the program resulted in Amazon listing products that they never sold or that were out of stock. Okay. Well, okay. It might be a problem. But, well, sounds like a great program until the agentic AI starts selling customers things you don't have, or why your shop has no idea it's sending the wrong items to the customer. Yeah. But then it's not your fault, it's Amazon's fault, right? And the customer will hate on Amazon, not on you. You still sold something, right? Hitchcock Paper, a Virginia-based stationery shop, said in an Instagram post in late December. The paper retailer said it discovered it was part of the program when it began receiving orders from a stress ball product, which it doesn't sell, from a buyforme.amazon email address. Bobo Design Studio CEO Angie Shua said she started receiving orders from Amazon's Buy For Me agent last week, even though she hadn't opted in to the program. Her company sells stationery and journaling accessories through its Shopify website, as well as the storefront in Palm Spring. My dudes, are you not happy that Amazon is literally being a marketer to you? Like, how is it bad? How can you complain that Amazon is helping you sell your stuff? Like, hmm? Well, apart from the weirdities, overall, this is a good thing, no? Chua told CNBC that based on Amazon's instructions in an FAQ on its site, she reached out to the company to request that it pull her products. The listing were taken down within a few days, but she said the experience left her feeling exploited. Come on. Amazon is selling your products to its customers and you feel exploited? Who got the money here? You or Amazon? I mean, maybe Amazon added some fees or something. I don't know. You still got to earn some money, my dear. Like, come on. We were forced to be drop shippers on a platform that we have made a conscious decision not to be part of. Okay. Okay. I don't want to sell to Amazon. Chua said, referring to an online retail model that involves selling products to shoppers without storing the inventory. Yeah. I think that's a bit overblown, no? More than 180 businesses who sell their goods on Shopify, Squarespace, WooCommerce, Wix, and other platforms have since contacted Shua to share that the products were also listed on Amazon without their permission. No, we received money that we didn't ask for. We're angry. An Amazon spokesperson told CNBC that Shop Direct and Buy For Me help customers find products not sold on its site, while helping businesses reach new customers and drive incremental sales, and that the programs have received positive feedback. Well, yeah. Businesses can opt out at any time by emailing brand direct at Amazon, and we remove these. It's all a part of an Amazon's push for e-commerce agents. Yeah, I mean, I would like to know like the reason behind that, because to me it's a bit weird from Amazon. It's an experiment technology that could potentially disrupt how people shop. I mean, I guess from Amazon's perspective, it makes itself even more of a hub, right? Like Amazon wants to become the hub, the only big hub for everything about online shopping, right? So I guess even if even if here they literally are being they are giving charity marketing to all these websites, and they are literally generating sales for free on all these websites with the Amazon's marketing money and just customer base. I guess it matters to them because it can allow Amazon to become even more of a central hub. Like, I guess it goes with the aspiration that Amazon will be the only main unavoidable uh, online shopping online shopping mall of the internet, right? Because of course, if some competitor, and it's funny in a way how it happens, right? Like to become even more of a player in the online shopping ecosystem, Amazon literally uh, pushes its customers into its competitors. That's a funny thing to notice, right? Just because it puts itself more at the center. I mean, it can make itself even more at the center. Oops, sorry. Companies, including OpenAI, Google, and Perplexity, have released features that allow customers to purchase products from retailers and online marketplaces without leaving a chatbot window. Amazon has blocked dozens of agents from accessing its sites. Ah, yeah, so okay, now that's the problem. While investing in its homegrown AI tool, and in November, the company sued Perplexity over an agent in the startup's Comet browser. Yes, the automated the agent browser of Perplexity, Comet. I was wondering if people use Comet. I'm not sure. That allows it to make purchases on the user's behalf. Yeah. So okay. So now that's ironic. In the complaint, Amazon alleged that Perplexity took steps to conceal its agents so they could continue to scrape Amazon's website without its approval. Perplexity called the lawsuit a bully tactic. Now Amazon is doing the same. Wow. In 2024, Amazon released its own shopping chatbot called Rufus, which now has some agentic capabilities. Okay, so that's funny. So basically, companies are big tech companies are suing each other because they do to themselves the same thing. Amazon is suing Perplexity because Perplexity use agents on Amazon, and Amazon is now using agents on other on other online shops, and those are not happy. Uh, I'm not sure why they're not happy. I mean, it doesn't explain very well, and I guess the retailers themselves don't have that good of an argument against it. Instead, we didn't say yes. Well, okay, dude, but when somebody buys your stuff, do you say yes? No, you just take the money and you deliver, right? So, like, well, I just guess there is an argument about agents being allowed, right? Or because like e-commerce agents seems to, yeah, it's a thing now, right? It's a thing now. So Amazon will have to start to allow it. I mean, it's already going on. Perplexity is probably with Comet continuing to release the agents on Amazon, right? And Google also has released features that allow customers to purchase products from retailers and without leaving a chat window. Yeah, so it's a thing now, right? So you better get used to it, including those retailers. I mean, yeah, interesting. So yeah, e-commerce agents. I mean, at the same time, I never want to use an e-commerce agent, right? Because like I don't want a bot. Like I don't want ChatGPT's tastes that I know is pretty bad, or Gemini or Claude or whatever, to select the final product I'm going to buy, because I need to check the photos, I need to check the description, I need to, well, except if I am very, very, very specific with my, I mean, no, I guess it could be okay. It's just that I guess if I have a very specific idea about what I want to buy, I could ask an LLM to go check on Amazon or whatever, you know, 5 6 products that align with my expectations, and then I do the final decisions. I guess I guess yeah. So yeah, no, it yeah, it makes sense actually. So yeah, it's going to be a thing, I guess. Next, Snowflake announced its intent to buy observability platform Observe. Ah yeah, it's the startup acquisitions news. So Snowflake, big database, machine learning infused, I guess now AI infused database provider with lots of quality of life uh, for data management, data engineering, and data analysis. Lots of companies are using it, so I guess they are now acquiring little startups in the space to observe. Unified place to collect and store their telemetry data. Yeah, so it's pretty close to what Snowflake is doing. Yeah? Centralized Snowflake database 2018. Ah, so Observe is built on Snowflake. Ah, that's funny. Okay. Next, LMArena. Alors, LMArena, which is something that I used to use a lot because it was interesting at the beginning, but now I feel like it's less. So it's a website to compare AI models. Like you can give the same prompt to lots of different models, and it will show you like the differences. So, for example, give me I don't know. Find a funny mathematical. Ah, if I click, I don't place it. Find a funny math problem and solve it. So it should. Ah, it's the battle mode. Okay, so I need to judge which one is better. I think that's the base, right? Battle with two anonymous models compared to models. Okay. So yeah, so the concept of this startup is, of this website at the base. I guess now it's a startup. Is that so you're waiting for the two to generate and you choose which one is better. Alors, the good thing is that it can give you an idea, and then it reveals which are the two models here. Bon, I have no idea. This looks like ChatGPT, and this looks like Claude or something. Voilà, and you decide left is better, right is better, both are bad, it's a tie. Bon, I'm not going to read that. So let's say that left is better. And then it's revealed that the left one was Gemini 2.5 Flash Light Preview, no thinking. And on the right was 2.5 Flash. Interesting. And the main value of LMArena, I think, is the leaderboard, because of course, because of all these humans deciding which is better, that unlike me are usually, I guess, making a good job, but at the same time, because it's only human judging and it's all volunteering, you know, like there's some limitations. And also, funnily enough, I noticed, like, I'm doubt. I really have doubt about the real, how they do these leaderboards, because for some reason, like, each time the new Gemini models come out, at the launch, Gemini 3 Pro is already first, right? Like, always. Every time there's a new Gemini Google model, you know, it's like they prepare for it. But when Mistral gets a new model, or when Grok, or when even sometimes Anthropic, or a new GPT model comes out, the leaderboard is not updated, right? So I'm like, what's going on there? Is there some, sponsoring behind this? Because, like, for some models, the leaderboard is very updated, and for some others, it's just not, right? Like, for example, GPT 5.2. Where is GPT 5.2? It's in the web dev, but the text, it's not. Where is it? It's lower, actually. Interesting. Cool. So, and bon, so first, it seems to be a tiered attention to updating the leaderboard depending on which model you release and which company releases the model, it seems, right? Like, for example, I remember there was a time where DeepSeek like topped the chart, and it took at least like 1 or 2 weeks for this chart to update, and I was like, suspicious. I don't know. And also because it's mostly humans doing the scoring, I'm not sure if it's actually very rigorous and or even just manipulatable. Like, if you can just create lots of fake bots human and vote for, you know, the correct models, like, can you climb up the rank? And actually, Meta did that. I mean, no, Meta did not pay bots, but Meta outputted a bot that was a model, an LLM model that was optimized to make very nicely formatted um, outputs in text. And I remember it was the time where the Claude model started to, put lots of emojis into their outputs, and people like that because it was a bit more, lively. And the Llama Maverick model from Meta started also outputting lots of emoji everywhere, and people just like that more and upvoted this one, even though it was objectively a lower quality model. So it kind of gamed the leaderboard. So, bon, I'm not sure if this leaderboard is actually as relevant as I once thought. I guess it's still like, bon, one piece of information over the benchmark landscape, right? But I guess they're raising money now. I'm wondering what they're going to do with this. Like, are they going to have a business model or something? I mean, I guess right now the business model might just be to be paid by Google to evaluate the model at second one of release. I guess that's the business model right now. At least that seems like it. Don't know if there's anything else to it, to the business model. But yeah, interesting. Next news. 2026 is predicted as the AI quantum year. What the hell is AI quantum? Let's find out. From fragile experiments to measurable business impact, the coming year could redefine how the world solves its hardest problems. Data, security, the quantum readiness gap. The cybersecurity quantum readiness gap. Is that what they're saying? Quantum accelerated systems lose their advantage to preprocessing and reconciliation overhead. My dear, quantum computing is not even done. Like, we're not even doing that many things with it. What do you mean? Calm down. We can mostly solve useless algorithms right now, like toy algorithms that nobody cares about, but that are not doable by a normal computer over a million years, right? We've just achieved quantum supremacy. It achieves nothing, but hey, it's very suprematic, Bon. In this environment, unified security operations and high fidelity telemetry become strategic assets, enabling faster detection, clearer assessment, and higher confidence decisions as AI quantum system mature. Okay, so this is just full wishful thinking at this point, right? AI quantum systems mature. My dude, quantum cannot even do basic things. that are useful for science and computing in general? Like, what do you mean AI quantum? I think people are maybe putting an overemphasis on quantum, because I've been seeing way more promising like innovative chip technologies for the near future that are not quantum, that could be actually very useful. Like, what, for example, and there's many, and funnily enough, there are many new kinds of chips based on new technologies that might come soon. For example, one is Extropic. Extropic is working on a new kind of chip. Voila, they call it thermodynamic computing, and it's basically like something that's like like that has the specialty of like the specialization of GPU, but another it's as if it's something in between like if there was a continuum between CPU, GPU, and quantum thermodynamic computing, what Extropic is doing, but also what other like scientific labs and what other startups are doing, is like something in the middle between a GPU and quantum computing, which is a new kind of chip that's based on slightly different physics than a CPU or a GPU, but it's not actually as far-fetched as quantum computing and as hard to do as quantum computing. And it could still be innovative and specialized enough and interesting enough to actually allow some specific niche real world computing. It could accelerate some real world computing in some areas that could be applied to, I don't know, material science or weather, or some scientific, some very specific scientific workloads. But it would not be as far-fetched or as far away as quantum computing. But it would be a bit more, it would be a bit harder to do than GPUs, for example, because it would be a completely different like supply chain, and yeah, uh, a completely different kinds of technology that would be needed to make those chips happen. But it's engineeringly possible. Like from an engineering perspective, it would be possible. It's just that it's like 5 to 10 years away, right? Whereas the quantum computing being applied in data centers at a large scale is not 5 years away. It's more like 20, 30 years away. Whereas this can be closer. There's Extropic. I have Extropic in mind, but there's also other kinds of chips that could be made with slightly different physics, basically, than the current silicon that we know and love. But yeah, I guess most of the, you know, kind of corporate hype that don't know much about how science, how far scientifically the quantum computing. And they're still talking about post quantum cybersecurity problems. Dude, I remember discussions about this 10 years ago. 10 years ago, the Bitcoin people already solved it. Like, because one of the biggest problem with Bitcoin is that the SHA algorithms of Bitcoin, and, most of the banks and most of the financial system and most of the computing of today is not post-quantum, right? Theoretically speaking. But but there are other, ciphers and cryptography algorithms today that are quantum secure. So we could just switch to those when the problem rises, you know? So yeah, I guess it's just hype, you know? What's next for AI? Ah, now MIT. Maybe I guess it will be more serious of an article here. 5 hot trend to watch. More Silicon Valley products will be built on Chinese LLMs. Yeah, I mean it's cheap. Huh? It's cheap. The Chinese LLM are cheap. They're good and they're free and open source. I mean open weights. So you know, you still need a data center to run the biggest ones. Huh? You can't run them locally, except smaller ones. But for most of them, you still need, yeah, but you know, Grok with the Q, for example, made all of its money running cheap Chinese, I mean, free Chinese LLMs, and people buying it because it's very good, and the Grok chips are very fast. So yeah. The US will face another year of regulatory tug of war. Okay. I mean, yeah, now it's Trump attacking the states to not enact more AI regulations, right? Well, both. Will it really? Okay. Mainly administrative stuff to me. Not real important things. Chatbot will change the way we shop. Kinda, right? Kinda. But at the same time, like I can already do that today, even like I can already ask ChatGPT or any model, hey, go find me some products at this price with these characteristics. And I guess I can just get the links and I can click, but I don't want the AI to make the final decision for me, right? So I guess it's just more of a deep research or something similar with that we already have. It's not new, you know? But like, and also, I don't need an AI browser to get some links for products that I might buy. Like, calm down. Calm down, Comet. Calm the F down. An LLM will make an important new discovery. Ah, yeah, that's what I will uh, be paying attention. I think OpenAI and Google DeepMind really are in a race to make the first LLM AI researcher, or at least the first LLM AI researcher assistant or something at first. But they really want, uh, yeah, make to they really want this to happen, I think. And also, I'm also wondering, like, if thinking machines from Murati, right? Thinking Machines Lab. They are working, so it's more Mira Murati, ex OpenAI girl founder that went out of OpenAI and founded this. Their one of their main project, I guess, is or their main focus is to make the LLM deterministic. So it's if we have a deterministic LLMs, it means that we don't have any hallucinations anymore, or at least we have I mean, maybe not hallucinations, but or maybe I'm not sure, because the deterministic aspect is just that each time we ask for the same thing, we get the same answer. And I think, which is not the case today, even if we lower the creativity or whatever, we still have lots of variations if we change a comma or something on the prompt with today's LLMs. And their objective is to make the LLMs more deterministic. So I guess it's about, yeah, for one prompt you get um, the same answer every time, even if you add a comma, right? But I think it's also about reducing to zero any possibility of hallucinations or something, which would be a big deal for LLMs. but at the same time, since LLMs are also just, trained on big amounts of data, like if there's an error, humans are fallible. So if there's an error into the training data, is the LLM outputting this error from its training data? Is it an hallucination, or is it just an error that the human made that the LLM has been trained on? So can it be deterministic in this sense? I'm not sure. That would be cool. But I guess no, because I mean, but I guess it would need a real logical engine, right? Even though it can be argued that they do have this kinds of logical engine baked in the weights right now and in the layers or whatever, right? But are they really going to have a real solid logic, like as logic as a mathematician logic into an LLM or an AI system without a world model, without all of that? I don't know. But that's food for thought. Legal fights heat up. Oh, really? Again? I thought all of these legal fights were done now. Ah, suicide, defamation, Grok putting women in bikinis, including very young ones. Yeah. I mean, look, I guess the legal landscape will have to be sculpted, right? So with any new tech, any new thing, there's lots of new legal issues that arise. So is this weird or unexpected? No, this is actually pretty normal, I think, for a new thing. New subject: AI systems, agent system survey published. Maybe I didn't want to include that. What is this? Random scientific paper about AI agent systems architecture application evaluation. No, I think I didn't want to include this. Sorry. GitHub npm security concerns. How GitHub could secure. Ooh, I like this font and this background color. How GitHub could secure npm and these color schemes. Ooh, I like the. That's pretty cool. Okay. How GitHub could secure npm? Yeah, because npm has had a lot of vulnerabilities that were allowed by people submitting corrupted updates to very well-known packages that were downloaded by lots of people. And so basically they got to spread their virus or their crypto miner or whatever through the npm repository, which is pretty bad. Why doesn't npm detect compromised package the way credit card companies detect fraud? Yeah, interesting. Steal credentials. Attackers steal the credential of an existing npm maintainer. Yeah, then they push an update, right? And they publish the compromised package. Malicious scripts that executes during the pre-install or post-install phase of the npm. These scripts runs automatically whenever npm install is executed. Wow. The compromised package is published to the npm registry as a semver patch update. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. And in a way, that's like an argument to not update your packages too often, right? Because if you update your packages too often, in the like 24 to 48 hours where a random hacker steals the credential of a npm maintainer and publish a compromised package, for 48 hours, you're fucked if you update very often. If you happen to update in this window where the npm package got compromised, you're fucked by being too up to date. So that's funny because people always tell you, oh yeah, you need to update all the time to ensure that you have the latest security update. Well, guess what? You could also have the latest malware update in your package. Isn't that nice? So yeah, maybe you should not update that often. At least on npm, I guess. So compromised packages are often installed quickly after publishing due to npm's default behavior. When using npm install, packages are added to package.json using a same var range beginning with a caret. This tells npm to install any version. No. GitHub response to the attacks. In September, GitHub announced its response to the attacks. The changes included limiting publishing to local 2FA. No. Okay. How npm is like the credit card industry. Instead of compromised packages, they deal with fraudulent transactions. The attack vector is similar. Both begin with stealing the credentials. In this case, the credentials are credit card information. Yes. Credit cards have several ways to prevent credential theft. The cards themselves are chips that are difficult to duplicate. In some country, you must enter a PIN. Yeah. When using a credit card online, you enter not just the number, but also the expiration date, CVC number, cardholder name, I don't know. GitHub response to the ongoing supply chain attacks focus only on credential theft, which is why it falls short. We already know how packages become compromised, and while securing credentials is important, we also know that credentials will inevitably be stolen. Credit card companies understand that fraudulent transactions will still occur, regardless of how many additional factors they add to validation. That's why they invest in anomaly detection. GitHub has not invested in protecting the ecosystem most from compromised packages as they are published. What they could do, allez, come on, tell the story, please. Given what we know, no. Location tracking of publishes, okay. Requires some var bumps when adding pre-install. Yeah, I mean more granularity, right, into anomalous things, or just more security, more granular security measures on each things that involve an npm package. Yeah, so it's something that can be done, right? It's not something that's just oh, we could never solve the npm packages being compromised. No, you can basically. You can. You just need to have the will. Double verification for invited maintainers. Yeah, true. True. I mean, we also have the same problem in the AUR. In the AUR on Arch Linux, the AUR is accessible to anyone. Anyone can publish a package, and of course, well, most of the time, like when somebody publishes something that's bad, that's malware, it's first nobody downloads it because nobody knows about this package, and second, it's within 24 hours it's identified and deleted. But of course, if, for example, a famous app or whatever is not on the AUR and there's a hacker that publishes it, then maybe it might be deleted, it might be downloaded. So you need to be careful. Yeah, I mean, the solution is just more granular security. Cool. Next topic. AI coded tools comparison. Yeah, I wanted to see what these guys are saying, because there are so many coding agents nowadays, right? Ugh, there's way more than those. Typical pilot, cursor, windsurf. Windsurf still exists, huh? Even though the company is, I mean, no, the company is basically now part of Cognition. Are they going to get any updates? I'm not sure. Google anti-gravity. I mean, now anti-gravity is the new windsurf because the founders are, migrated. Well, I guess some of the founders, some of the guys from windsurf migrated, right? Not all. Google anti-gravity. Ah, yeah. Google anti-gravity is still free, huh? Wow. Best for agent workflows. Budget conscious. Our users. They don't even talk about Claude Code. Well, conclusion. Why you should try Antigravity. Yeah, I mean, Antigravity is free, so pretty cool. Gemini can delete your entire home folder, though. So be careful. Claude, huh? Yeah. Powered by Cursor and Copilot. You want reliability? Use Copilot. GitHub Copilot. Use Cursor if you need the most advanced multi-file editing capability. Yeah, because they have work trees on Cursor. And yeah, you can compare the output of two agents at the same time, or even four if you want. But I think that Cursor is orienting themselves in a more premium target, huh? Because like, yeah, they really push all those paid features that are not included into the base pro subscription, huh? I guess that may be the way they're going to make some money out of this, but well, it's annoying that Cloud Code is not as good. That like Cloud Opus and Cloud Sonnet is not as good inside Cursor as in Cloud Code. Probably because Cloud has been trained on the harness that is Cloud Code. So Windsurf, generous free tier, okay, anti-gravity. I always forget about Windsurf. Right now in my head, I have AMP that is also free if you they have like a free with ads tier, which to me might be better because it looks more sustainable over the long term. So if I develop habits with AMP, it might be sustainable, whereas Windsurf, I'm not sure Windsurf is going to be there 5 years from now, you know? Anti-gravity, I'm not sure either, but at least it's free for now. Exploration, stable tool, Windsurf free but paid, Copilot, yeah. Okay. Cloud Code, the strongest coding brain. Yeah, I agree. Codex. Alors, Codex, I was wondering about Codex. Codex seems like smart. It's just that it's like GPT-5, very, very, very long to output something. It takes a while for it to think. Uh, Codex has reemerged. Stop. Stop with the. Wait a minute. Okay. Codex has reemerged in 2025 as a serious agent coding first, and now more deterministic on multi-step task, understanding report structure, making coordinated changes, running tests, and iterating without drifting. Codex shows up most often in CLI and workflow-oriented discussion. Also, I'm wondering if Codex and like the GPT 5.x models are not slowly but surely going to get closer to, OpenAI's aspiration of developing researcher assistants. And maybe that's why it thinks so much. Because maybe it's not, because like Claude Opus 4.5 is clearly thought has been like created to be a coding workhorse, right? Like it can just like do lots of work. It doesn't think that much and it still output lots of correct code. Codex seems like the kind of model that thinks a lot, and maybe what it outputs might be like, especially for complex problems, more potentially more correct than what Opus can do on a sufficiently complex problem, I guess. But for medium to hard uh, coding projects, I guess Opus 4.5 is like more than enough. But I'm wondering if like for very, very, very hard problems, like mathematical problems, or like very specific, research like kind of problems. I'm wondering if the GPT 5.2 codex or would be better. I guess on the benchmark it does seem a bit better. But for coding, and also I'm wondering like how is the coding strategy of OpenAI? Because at least with Anthropic, I can know for sure that they are focusing on the code aspects of Claude. Well, like Claude Code is made for coding, and it's like their main product right now. It's probably their main revenue stream right now too. So I know that over the next 2 years, Anthropic is going to go head on with Claude Code and helping developers. I'm not sure if it's going to be the case for OpenAI and their Codex coding agent. That's why I'm like, right now I'm using Claude Code, and there's a part of me that want to test Codex, but there's also a part of me that's not very reassured by the OpenAI strategy when it comes to developing a very, very good tool for programmers and developers, you know? Even if maybe Codex is like very, very smart, right? But coding is not just about being smart, especially for an LLM. It's also about lots of very specific knowledge checks and habits and you know code standards. And I'm not sure if Codex is as good at this, or if it's maybe if it. I'm not sure if it was really trained specifically for that, or at least trained as well at it as Claude and Claude Code. You know, because like I don't know. It's like Codex is like the physics no Nobel Prize, right? It's very smart, very intelligent, can solve very complex math problems or whatever, but can it actually produce a nice code base? Not sure. Or not as good potentially as Claude. Okay. Let's stop the yapping here. Aider. Oh, I've been hearing about Aider. There's lots of nerds, I think especially like the open source nerds, the Libre nerds, who love Aider because it's like the website is very ugly, kind of like all the open source tools. And so I think they like it, and boy, I guess it does the job too. But I think no, like most people don't know about Aider just because the website is just boring. The website is boring, and I guess the team might be, an open source team or whatever that doesn't want to interact with all the Silicon Valley people, and so it's a bit weird for people, I guess. Gemini CLI. Gemini CLI is not bad. I've tried it a little bit. It's better than the Cursor CLI for sure. Allez, next topic. You also get Slack integration. Okay, new connector. GitHub Copilot, Windsurf cursor growing. Windsurf. No, it's a bunch of updates. Windsurf introduces the percentage of code written metric. Great way to measure the impact of AI assistance on code output and productivity. Ah, that's funny. 100% from me, roughly speaking. So what happens for me is that I just let the AI run and I just change like the parameters or I add some things here and there. But most of it is just written by the AI nowadays. The only thing I still do myself is like search and replace because it's just very long to do that with an LLM. For some reason, the LLMs should be able to use search and replace, but they don't. I'm not sure if it's because they need to like look at the file to be sure about what, but at the same time, they should be able to get some output and iterate on that. I don't know. It's weird. Cursor deepens Slack integration, deployment. Okay, well, okay, new features. Windsurf, planning mode for long-running tasks, and GitHub Copilot enforces new premium model quotas. Ah, GitHub Copilot. Uh-huh. Ah, no. New model quotas are more restrictive or signaling a shift towards more advanced context-aware agents. Okay. Oh. VC predicts more AI funding in 2026. Bigger rounds and fewer winners. Fewer winners. We expect global venture capital deployment to increase from the low 400 billion to the high 400 billion mark, which implies a 10% increase in dollars deployed. Okay, so no AI bubble burst in sight, I guess. No, this year, I mean, well, I mean, to be fair, since like funnily enough, most of the AI bubble has actually not been related to the stock market or something like in the 2000s, right? In the 2000s, there was a lot of IPOs going on compared to now, no? Like now what's happening is that lots of startups are being because there was no elephants of tech into 2000s. So I guess they were trying to create the elephants, and to create the elephants, they went to the stock market, to the IPO, right? But nowadays, most of the AI funding goes, the VC money, it seems, or at least a significant chunk of it, I'm not sure, but the business model, the preferred business model is just invest in this little AI startup. The AI startup grows a customer base, something, and the startup gets bought by the gigantic big tech, Facebook, Meta, Apple, Google, uh, and then boom, and you get the VC money back from this buyout, right? So if the bubble pops, maybe it will be because since there is way less speculative aspect to it. I mean, I guess most of the big companies are still, balls deep into the the AI. They're investing, right? So of course, if the investments that they did does not equal increased revenue, I guess the bubble will pop. But it might be smoother as a pop compared to the 2000s, especially since AI is actually used by people. There's a lot of people who live under the impression that the AI slop is everywhere and nobody uses it for real or whatever. And I guess to an extent, it can appear to, especially the people who are not interested in tech, very similar to the crypto slop, right? That we had a few years ago, or the NFT slop that we had a few years ago too. But AI actually is used, huh? A lot, especially like in coding, in programming. It's used in crazy amounts. So I'm wondering if the bubble pop, if it will be that bad, and maybe we will be able to, since the VCs play a big role in today's AI bubble, maybe they would, maybe it will be less of a speculative, like sharp drop, but more of a maybe we have enough data centers now. Age models and agents can complete a full days of work with minimal or no human interventions. That's true. I mean, Claude Opus 4.5 is genuinely impressive. Like I think Claude Opus 4.5 does today what Anthropic and OpenAI were announcing a year and a half from now, where it was not at that level. Like a year from now, last year or 2 years ago, I remember thinking OpenAI and Anthropic are just delusional about the capabilities of their LLM models. Because for most of the hard stuff or the reasonably complex coding tasks, for example, they would shit their pants. Shit would hit the fan. It would not work. It would break. It will output nonsense. I remember last year when you would ask the latest SOTA model. I remember asking like GPT-4 or something, GPT-4o or a year ago. I remember asking it to search on the web for this brand new library that was output by Hugging Face. And I remember my total disappointment when those, SOTA models, DeepSeek, the latest GPT or O3 or whatever, could not fucking write the code for this new library, even when I gave them the docs and the docs websites and the docs text. I even tried to put inside the context the full docs, and the only thing they could do is just copy paste, like one to one, what was written in the docs. But they could not actually reason about how to take bits and pieces of what was in the docs and produce a fully functional, specific output. And that just disappointed me so much, and that made me realize how delusional these, OpenAI and Anthropic were about, like, oh, we're going to replace everyone. Well, not yet, because your models suck, my dear. But now we're way closer to that vision that they had today than, but, I guess it took a year or a year and a half for it to actually come close. Well, it's not perfect either, right? We're not replacing anyone, but it's true that sometimes you can just say, okay, do this, it goes. And I guess if you give enough context, also I'm wondering if if it's also like the humans becoming better at prompting also, I guess. But right now, yeah, Opus 4.5, the correctness of the code is actually quite impressive compared to last year. So maybe we are going to continue to ascend next year. Okay, next topic. A new CPU from Intel. Is Intel coming back from the dead? Because if I had to buy a CPU today, I think I would go with AMD. Just because Intel, like, and also I've been quite, you know, afraid, scared by I think it was the generation 14, 15, 16 of Intel, if my memory is correct, that just had like problems, like technical problems that were not fixable. That sucked. You know, you buy a very expensive CPU and it has like a fatal manufacturing defect that is not fixable. That sucks. I hope they solve that. Hmm. Okay. Intel. Intel. Please don't die, Intel, just for the sake of being a competitor. Okay, we just have Intel and AMD. We don't need a new monopoly again. AMD, talking about AMD, new CPU. New CPU threatening its supremacy is on its way. Did AMD just make the Ryzen 900, 9800 X3D obsolete? Okay, so AMD is also releasing a new CPU. Nice. I mean, at this point, the CPUs are so fucking powerful nowadays. Is it worth? Is it worth caring that much about the CPU? I mean, up to a point, right? Like, if you have a high-end CPU, whether it's the latest or slightly lower, but it seems to me less important as a whole as compared to like a GPU, especially for typical consumer workloads. Yeah. Okay. New 3% boost. Very nice. Ah oui, alors NVIDIA DLSS 4.5 announced in CES. And I saw that Linus from Linus Tech Tips said that the 4.5 was actually pretty good. Actually pretty good and actually not noticeable, or noticeable to the point where it doesn't matter anymore. So that's pretty cool because there was lots of artifacts in the first generations of DLSS. Not anymore, it seems. Pretty nice. LG. Oh, did I want to see? Oh, wait, CES highlights, I guess. Where is the LG? Ah, yeah, is it the? I know, home robot. The home robot? Where's the home robot? Home robot? Home robot. LG introduces Cloid, a humanoid home robot designed to actually do chores. During its CES presentation, LG Electronics unveiled Cloid. It's multitasking autonomous home robot designed to assist with everyday household chores. And yes, it did some laundry on stage very slowly. Oh. Now, the question is it actually autonomous? Is I mean, if it's autonomous, mm, look, not very impressive, but most of the other humanoid robots that we have today, that all these Silicon Valley startups that we've been seeing with their white cloth covered robots, figure, voilà, there's figure, there's Apollo, no, no, I thought about another one. Figure, is it figure? Yeah, it is figure. I mean, okay, also figure. Because all of these, all of the startups that are doing these kinds of humanoid robots right now, most of the actions that they can do is actually remote controlled. So it's not actually autonomous AI, controlling the bot. It's just a human with a VR headset and some prongs or whatever that are controlling and like gloves or something that are controlling the robot. That's at the stage that we are now. We're not actually at the stage where this is happening fully autonomously by the machine. We're not there yet. We still need and I guess even with like Atlas from Boston Dynamics, they're still at this stage too. It will mostly be like humans doing remote control training data by doing a task repeatedly a lot of time, and then they will just train one model to do this exact task, and maybe with the camera and stuff it can adapt to some variability inside this specific task. But it's we don't have general action model that can actually do as much in the real life as LLMs are doing in the text world, So that's why I'm saying this does not seem impressive, but if it's autonomous, it's actually more than what all these other guys are doing. This is actually superior potentially. If it was made autonomously, which I don't have any info on that, but I guess the very first fully autonomous AI humanoid robots that fold your laundry will be as slow as this, just because we don't have the compute or the algorithms to do full autonomous AI. Okay, next, Roborock rover climbs stairs. Ah, it's a Roomba with legs. R.I.P. Roomba. Roomba died. What is humanoid when your vacuum can sprout legs? The rover uses articulating wheels to clean multiple floors and vacuum each step of the way. I mean, that's cool. No, the Verge is... Ah, the Verge, please don't block me. Please don't block me, the Verge. Ah, thank you. No specs. Okay, no, it's going to cost like $600, of course. We know it, right? Allez. Razer Project Motoko AI headset. What is that? Smart glasses. We have smart headset now. Razer shows off Project Motoko, an AI powered gaming headset with wild features. CES is all about wacky concepts, and Razer brought one of its own to the 2026 showcase. It's also got multiple onboard microphones. I don't know. But it's actually a wireless AI wearable that's compatible. Bon, you know, I don't want to say that Razer is a red flag, but bon, kind of is though, huh? Compatible with all big AI systems like Gemini and OpenAI, and does a lot of the same things that a pair of smart glasses could do, just in the form of headsets instead of glasses. It can use first-person camera positions on the front of the device to recognize objects and text in real time with language translation and document scanning, provided as examples by Razer. Multiple onboard microphones for recognizing voice commands or whichever AI assistant you feel like using. It really does seem feature-wise like it's got parity with any number of AI-powered smart glasses that are on the market today, but just in a different form factor. The difference that those glasses are actually on the market and Project Motoko is not. This is just a concept with no release date or price at the moment. Yeah. Bon. Press X for doubt, huh? Svelte 5446.46. Why do you CSP support? What is CSP already? CSP content? No, I don't know. Hydration. Okay, I know what hydration is. Hydration. The Versal adapter now supports Node 24. And the Svelte CLI can fully configure SvelteKit projects. Yeah, the configuring projects. The init project, okay. For Cloudflare deployment. Interesting. The Svelte MCP exposes tool as both GS and CLI. I mean, given that Cloudflare is like free, has very generous features, you know, that's a good thing. Because one of the thing I noticed yesterday when I tried to configure like a new blog that I want to put to ship. Usually I use Svelte, and here I just wanted to try some raw CSS, HTML, JavaScript website for the front. And god damn it, you change the slightest thing in the deployment process or the deployment like tools that you need to reconfigure so many things. Oh, my next projects, I will continue just using Svelte just because my existing code bases and deployment scripts are all, like all the build output folder and how the SPA works and how the and how the web server, like because everything is configured. And I remember I took some times to find the right configuration. Yeah, every time I change one thing, I need to spend 30 minutes to an hour just trying to find the correct config that works, because yeah, it's not simple. And my web server has some particular way of writing things. And the Svelte MCP exposes tools as both Svelte MCP. Are MCPs bloatware? I'm still not sure. I still never used an MCP in my life, and I use a lot of CLI. I just use a lot of coding agents. Never used an MCP in my life. Maybe I should. And also, I'm hearing that MCPs are just bloat because they just add like 20,000 tokens every time you plug one in for each prompt. Like, that seems like it just sounds like bloatware to me. It might not be though. Huh? I'm sure some MCPs are useful when the LLMs actually uses it, which it seems a lot of time it just doesn't. It just forgets about the MCP. But I guess when it works, maybe it's good. While language tools received significant performance improvement, the community showcased new apps, including Pictura, Text Processing Studio, and Flumio, alongside learning resources like a complete Svelte Kit course and tutorials on AI code generation with Svelte 5. Yeah. Okay. Okay, nice. We're done. We're done with the AI news. Yep. Bon. Let's just try to code for an hour. What do I need to do? What do I need to do? But at the same time, I will go out sooner today than usual because I need to wake up early tomorrow. Um, hmm. Mm. I need to actually finish my blog articles. I wrote an article on Yann Lequin and how people are confused about Yann Lequin. Let's try to work on that real quick. Let's try to just finish it. Okay, I have 30 minutes to finish it, and then I need to leave. Hmm, petit pois from up. Okay. Where is the... Yeah. Okay, I have 3 versions of the same article. One that I wrote myself in a completely unordered way. One that I made Claude rewrite in a just reorganize, I think more. I asked Claude to reorganize the paragraphs and the sentences and stuff. And one where I actually tried to, I know, one where I tried to ask Claude to reformulate a little bit, and one where I tried to ask Claude to reformulate a lot in a Paul Graham slash DHH style. So I'm not sure what will be the output of that. Okay, now I need to change up chill coding, chill writing my blog article. About Yann Lequin. Voilà. Hop. No. Oh wait, I need to change this. I changed the petit. It's not Petit Pois archive anymore. Wait a minute. Config. It's Petit Pois streams. Ah oui. Oh. Mais really? Mais what? What's happening? Bon. Okay, I'll check that later. Okay, let's read. Bon, I'm not going to read this because this is too absurdly long. Okay. Alors, people are confused about Yann Lequin. Every time Yann Lequin says that LLMs are doomed to fail, people are losing their minds. If you see this online unavoidably, you'll notice hundreds of comments complaining that his views are just about him, being arrogant and insulting to everybody involved in producing AI products in general, and even potentially insulting to Meta's AI endeavors in particular, the company that has been employing him for the last 10 years. I think most of those comments are profoundly misguided, and that they somehow profoundly misguided. Bon. Let's just read them. I will correct later. And that it somehow stem from a fundamental misunderstanding about who Yann Lequin is, what's the substance of his career, the substance, and what his role at Meta actually was and still is. He's a researcher. First and foremost, let me say the important bit now. Yann Lequin is not the executive manager. He's not a product person. He's not a marketer. He's an engineer. He's not an engineer. He's not an entrepreneur. He's not a startuper. He's not an investor. He's not a Satya Nadella. He's not an Eric Schmidt. He's not a Peter Thiel. He's not a Sam Altman. Yann Lequin has always defined himself as one and only thing, a researcher. That's who he is. He's an academic researcher trying to push the science forward. This is what he truly cares about because this is his job. That's always been his job, and that will continue to be his job. Inside his scientific career, his research became pretty well known since he won the computer science equivalent of a Nobel Prize named the Turing Award. He's literally one of the biggest names in the entire computer science field of today. He's a big deal, like any other Nobel Prize winner is a big deal. Because of this situation, you can now understand that he doesn't really have to prove anything to anyone in the field of machine learning science. He has laid out, among with other legendary figures, Hinton, Bengio, the scientific foundation on which the current LLMs are standing. Yeah, this is true, but do I need to tell this all of this here? Not sure. His role at Meta was never about products. When Mark Zuckerberg hired him in 2013 to create FAIR, Facebook AI research, note the research. He was hired not as a manager to create products. No, he was hired as a legendary researcher in the space of machine learning to continue to do what he was already doing in the academic world, New York University at the time, pushing the science forward. That's why it might come as a surprise from an outsider that Lequin had no involvement in the creation of the Llama models, the Facebook Meta, LLM models. His team's jobs inside Meta was not to release products. His team's job was to publish good peer-reviewed papers that were going to be noticed not by consumers, but by other academic researchers around the world in the area of machine learning science. That's what the FAIR team at Meta has always been about, releasing good scientific papers, not consumer-facing products. The whole concept of FAIR was that this team was going to do scientific research and only that, completely detached from any Facebook/Meta business needs. Of course, if Meta wanted to use the science being produced at FAIR to create new products, why not? But FAIR had nothing to do with that, and it was not their responsibility at all. That was the deal between Lequin and Zuck in 2013. What he means when he says LLMs are doomed. Now let's come back to his comments on LLMs. When he's saying things such as LLMs are doomed to fail, or if you're young, don't work on LLMs, I think people confuse his statement for something that it isn't. When he's saying this, Lequin is not throwing this comment at the face of the countless engineers or corporate executives and investors that are currently trying to create consumer-facing products today. I see a lot of people online and elsewhere mistakenly thinking that he's despising to work, that is this mistakenly thinking that he's despising the work of all these people by saying what he's saying here. But no, these people are not his target. He's actually simply talking to other researchers about the next decade of ML breakthroughs. His goal as a scientist is not to shape, influence, or even participate in the current engineering and capitalistic dynamic generated by the latest advancements in LLMs. No, that's not his concern at all. And I truly think that he couldn't care less if OpenAI or Anthropic or Meta adopts LLMs or not for their current AI products. That's not what he does. He's talking about science here. And as a scientist, his role, his goal, his role and his goal is to create and discover the science that will lay the foundations of the next generation of AI and machine learning systems, not the current one. He needs to lay down the scientific foundation for the AI systems that will be put into products 10 years from now. The same way he did exactly that 10 years ago with the science on which the current AI products of today are based on. Whoa, the sentence is like, it's based on the one of today, of 10 years ago of today. Yes. Okay. He needs to lay down the scientific foundation. he needs to lay down. He wants to lay down whatever. Bon. Attends. Let me like too sentence too complex. First, you need the science. Then you can have the products. Similarly, we first needed Einstein. Taking Einstein here not as a one-to-one equivalent to Yann Lequin, of course, but just to help people visualize what it means, what kind of person he is. Similarly, we first needed Einstein to revolutionize physics before we could get nuclear power plants. Lequin is not acting at the building power plant step. He's working on the create new science step, but for machine learning instead of physics. He's not saying to OpenAI engineers, stop working on this LLM tech, this is ridiculous and doomed to fail. What he means when he says that LLMs are doomed to fail is actually aimed at other cutting edge researchers. I'm repeating myself here. See above. What he's really saying would be something along the lines of, if you are a young researcher publishing peer-reviewed scientific papers in machine learning, be aware that the LLM tech is fundamentally limited in what it can do, and that it will therefore probably not be the base of the next generation of scientific breakthroughs in machine learning that will probably happen within the next 10, 20, or 30 years. That's not an engineering statement for today. That's not an engineering statement for today. That's a scientific statement for the future. Lequin is not looking down on any of the current development in the AI startup products that we're witnessing right now. This is not his subject and concern. He's concerned about the kind of scientific breakthrough the field of machine learning will produce in the next 10, 20, 30 years. Voila. Okay. What he doesn't care about and why. Now let's list what Yann Lequin doesn't truly care about. Not because he's arrogant, but because that's not his job. Meta's corporate management shenanigans, Meta's latest change in its AI strategy to create consumer-facing products, how to make Meta's LLM technology better, how to rival ChatGPT, etc. All of this is not related to his job. So not his concern. His main professional goal as a researcher is to publish good peer-reviewed scientific papers in machine learning. And he has always been very clear that he's going to continue doing that. I mean, do you think a Nobel Prize winner will want to switch to become a corporate executive? I know I wouldn't. He's probably going to continue evolving in the same area where he has all the fame, experience, and he's just going to continue the thing that most of his life work is about, machine learning science. Needs reformulation. His new company doesn't change anything. But he's starting his own company now. Isn't that a proof that he's more than a researcher? No. He said himself that he will not be the CEO, precisely because, you guessed it, he's a researcher, and an old one at that. And he just instinctively knows that his value as a researcher will probably be higher, Nobel Prize level, literally, than his value as a CEO, where he has zero experience, no credentials, and probably no personal interest. Yeah, that's right. I'm right in what I wrote here. Okay? Funnily enough. Surprisingly. The Alexander Wang drama is overblown. And all the stuff that happened with Alexander Wang, the new AI team organization inside Facebook, etc. People really took it as if he was an angry executive, not happy that he got sidelined or something by Zuck. How am I talking about these big guys? Can I? People talk about Zuck, right? It's okay. In Silicon Valley, people are casual, isn't it? Hello, Goncalve. How are you? I'm good. I'm up to. I'm reading my. I'm reading the articles I'm trying to read on to write on Yann Lequin. So I'm reading different versions of my own article that I wrote, and that I made the AI reorganize a bit at different levels. So I'm just going to read all through that, just to see which is the best version, which version flows the best, you know? So yeah, I'm just trying to explain to people that Yann Lequin is a researcher and not a corporate executive, and that when he says the thing he says, people are just misinterpreting what he says. That's, you know, maybe I could just write this instead of the whole article, but no, I'm going to write the whole article just for the sake of it, you know. And I think it would be my first like opinion piece, you know, like tech opinion piece that I want to do as an article and as a video for, you know, to create content to bring people to me on YouTube and elsewhere, I guess. Yeah. Who's that guy? Yann Lequin. Yann LeCun? Do you know maybe? Yann Lequin. He's a famous machine learning researcher that is often known on Twitter for basically saying things about LLMs that are negative, but the problem is that people don't understand that he's not talking about LLMs of today. He's talking about the future of science, you know? He's not talking about the engineering side. He's not an engineer. He's not a corporate executive. He's a researcher. And just a lot of people are confused about this. And so I want to write an article, a blog article, to to clear the confusion. Voilà. That's why I'm writing this. So where was I? Ah, voilà. Again, no, because he's never been something else. He's never been something else than sideline. Maybe it's a weird formulation, no? Weird formulation. He was always pretty isolated from the corporate structure at Meta. And that was the plan all along when he was hired to create FAIR in 2013. From the perspective of Yann Lequin and his role, all the Meta's corporate shenanigans around its new AI, Gen AI strategy is not very much his concern. Again, he's just here to do the science. Whether he reports to Wang or any other executive at Meta doesn't matter much in the end. The company has no say in the science he's producing because in this area, he's the boss. A Meta executive manager who's not even an academic researcher is not going to have any power or control over the kind of research he's doing. First, because an executive manager has no experience in scientific research. And second, you don't tell a Nobel Prize winner what he should be researching. He probably knows that better than anyone else, right? Yes. So you see, people want to see drama between Lequin and Wang and Zuck, etc. and Zuck, just Zuck without etc. But the reality is that Lequin is actually at the base pretty isolated from the corporate structure at Meta. From the corporate structure at Meta. And after all, maybe Zuck changed his mind. Maybe this fair thing, a 100% fundamental research team that is de facto a gift from a big tech company to the scientific world, is not as much of a priority for him anymore. But in all cases, Lequin is not at fault here. He fulfilled his role. He's a researcher that kept on researching as Zuck expected from him. In or out of Meta, Lequin is going to continue doing what he's always been doing. Scientific research. In or out of Meta, Lequin is going to continue what he's always been doing, scientific research. The real communication problem. Is there no fault when it comes to Yann Lequin communicating his ideas? Well, maybe. But I think the main source of confusion is that people took what Lequin said in the very specific context of academic science and tried to read it as if it was a statement to the world in general and to the current AI startups in particular. That was never his intention. Did he fail? I mean, maybe add, I think. That it was. I think, yeah, because, I'm not in his head, but yeah, I think it was not his intention. Did he fail to understand the Did he fail to understand the misunderstanding of people? Again, weird formulation. Weird formulation. When it comes to what he was saying, probably. Is he a bit too infused into the scientific community to understand that many people don't have the slightest idea about what his career and role truly are? Probably. Does he actually care that people misunderstand his statement? Probably not. Whether people understand that he's a researcher or not really don't have any impact on his career. But that's just mean people commenting on X.com posts, nothing serious. At the end of the day, for him, that's probably just mean people commenting on the expos, nothing serious. Well, I think it's serious enough for me to care and publish this article. I really don't want such a legendary scientific figure to basically have the entire Silicon Valley and the social media software engineering bubble being angry at him because of a misunderstanding about what he's saying. I'm not sure if I should keep this sentence. It's a bit grandiloquent, you know? It's a bit grandiloquent. A bit grandiloquent. Oh, hello Yannick. How are you? How are you, Yannick? How are you? How are you? How are you? I'm alive. But yes, you're alive. You're alive. Where did you go? Did you go to China again? Did you go to the Chinese intelligence camps again? You went into the special forces camps of Xi Jinping? Where did you go? Where did I go? Oh yeah, I mean for the holidays I was not. Yeah, for the holidays I was not there. For the holidays I was not there. But before, so yeah, I took a pause between the 21 of December and like I started streaming again on Tuesday. Yeah. And so yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I have. Did I tell you? Were you there when I took the decision to make tech news streams and stuff like that? So now I have changed my streaming agenda again. So now I only stream tech news. Yes, yeah, I didn't tell you. So now I only stream 3 times per day. I only stream 3 times per day. Per day. 3 times per week. Yeah, 3 times per day. That's right. No, I only stream 3 times per week. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. And the first hour or two, usually it's like between 1 and 2 hours, I review the tech news of the day in a very structured manner with this wonderful overlay that I made here, you see. And it basically looks like this. And I switch. Maybe I showed you the overlay, no? And like I can switch from subject to subject basically. And I do that for the first hour, just for the tech news of the day. And then when I'm done, I switch to chill coding. And I just do as usual. And I only stream from 8 p.m. to midnight. Now, 3 times per week. And the objective. Now I will start to actually have a real YouTube output channels, whatever, Have you seen Tailwind CSS layoff 25% of workers? Yes, I've seen that. I should have talked about that. I didn't. Should have talked about that. Tomorrow, Saturday, I will talk about that, I guess. But yeah, Tailwind CSS layoff 75% of workers. Yes, because because nobody goes to the docs of Tailwind. Nobody goes to their because attends. Let me do it properly. Tailwind has a problem because they have this free Tailwind CSS. They have this free library, right, to have quality of life styling for CSS styles, right? That you can put the styles on each element directly. And before LLMs, what they would do is when people went to check their docs to use the Tailwind library, there was always these, people who were checking the docs for Tailwind would be exposed to their paid products and would, sometimes clicks on the paid products and would pay for the paid products. Unfortunately, because now most of the coding and the CSS styling is done by AI agents nowadays, the AI agents go see the docs of Tailwind, but of course they're agents, so they don't click on the paid products. And basically, Tailwind has seen 70% of its revenue down over the last year or so because nobody checks the docs anymore because it's only the agents that are checking the docs. And so nobody clicks on the paid products links of the Tailwind website anymore. And so they don't pay. And so now Tailwind is down 70% in its revenue, and they had to lay off 70% of their workers too, right? And that's interesting because, there's a lot of companies especially in the web development space that fund themselves and fund their open source project this way, right? Like they have an open source library, then people use the open source library, and inside the docs page there is like a little button to get a paid managed version of their library, right? But since now most of these open source libraries are accessed by AI agents that don't care about clicking on the paid plans, maybe it's going to start affecting the open source projects now. Because I guess if Tailwind has this problem, and Tailwind is such a big library, I guess other similar projects, like Daisy UI or whatever, they might have the same problem, no? I guess. And so maybe it's going to like affect in a big way all the open source guys that, make a living by maintaining actively an open source library that is free, but they also work on this paid, plugin or whatever for the library. But now, if the library don't bring in humans, it only brings bots. They can't make money on the bots. So, are we going to is the future of the web open source libraries just paid open source libraries? You know? So many projects and people use Tailwind CSS. This is yeah, this is pretty sad for them. Bon, I have a very specific take on CSS and Tailwind because I think that because Tailwind adds a quality of life as for the programmers. Since now most of the LLM makes the code for me, I'm not I'm actually not asking the LLM to write Tailwind. I'm asking it to write just the CSS and no Tailwind. So now, I mean, I have even stopped using Tailwind as just the free library. I have stopped using it because now I think that the LLMs is just better if it just writes CSS. At least just at least I know that my styles are all in CSS and not a part of the styles in CSS, a part of the styles in Tailwind, and I never remember which is where. So that's annoying. So I guess to solve this problem, I stopped using Tailwind actually. Yeah. But at the same time, maybe we have too many open source libraries in the web dev environment, Saturday will be game day. No, Saturday will be news day. The same actually. Yeah. Now I will. So the gaming day are I guess are moved to one of the in between days, and it will be more random. So no, the Saturday now will be also be news and coding. I think it's just that maybe I will game on a Friday, for example, or on a Wednesday, But this week I've been particularly busy, so I don't actually, I don't think I will be able to do that. Or maybe tomorrow. I'm not sure. But yeah, so the gaming will be on the off days. Because now I have off day, the Wednesday, I mean, the Monday, the Wednesday, and the Fridays are now off for me, which should I should use those to create videos, because now I have 3 new channels that, of course, I will actively. The plan is to actively, um, you know, use those. Putain, why is this always like this? I will need to actively publish content to these channels. So voila. So I have. Alors attends, I have 3. Voilà, I have 3. These are the 3. So there is Petit Pois. Okay, Petit Pois is the base channel where I will mostly post opinion pieces, opinion videos, like videos or reviews. Like, for example, the next 3 videos, I think, on this channel here will be why people are confused about Ian Lequin, full review of all Cloud Code features, because there's too many features and I would like a video like that, so I'm gonna make it because there's so many features. I need to make a review of each just to know what is there and what I can use. Full review of all the open code features. Full review of all the Gemini CLI features, I think. And then after, I don't know. But I would like to have full review of Cloud Code as of January, because they added so many features in the last few months, that I'm lost about. Like, I don't know if I should use the sub agents, the work trees. I'm confused, you know, with Cloud Code and Open Code and whatever. So I just need to make a full review, and I will make a video about it. I will make a blog post about it and a video. So that's the main channel. Petit Pois will be opinion pieces, full traditional YouTube videos. Now there is now also a VOD channel, so it's called Petit Pois Streams. I would like a Neovim intro. Yeah, nice. I will also make a Neovim intro then. Yeah, or maybe a Lazy Vim intro, or maybe a Neovim plus Lazy Vim intro, because I'm mostly like my intro to Neovim was with Lazy Vim, so maybe I'm going to do that. Yeah. You know, maybe I can do like a video intro about the Lazy Vim, about this. This is a very very long book, so maybe if I can compress that into a 15-minute video or whatever, it would be nice. Even if I won't be able to explain everything, but at least maybe 30% of the most important things I can put into a video, I guess. So yeah, good idea. Attends, let me add this to my to-do list of videos. Okay. NeoVim, Lazy Vim, intro video. Voilà. Voilà, it's in the to-do list. It's in Zencan. Alors, the Petit Pois streams is the VOD archive, so it will just be my raw, full streams without any editing. As I said here, this is my full, unedited, lossless, raw, rough, uncut, unsanitized, unfiltered, uncensored, uncovered, unmasked, uncapped, untarned, untamed, primal bear streams. So this is just what you get here, but it will be also on this channel. I manually upload them as soon as I close the stream, but it takes a while, of course, since it's several hours. It takes a while for it to download, but it will be there. Voilà. There's only one video because I started this new endeavor of the different YouTube channels this week. Yeah, so it's the second stream. Voilà. And there's also now Petit Pois clips for the clips. So I will try, and that will be one of the things that we'll do on my off days. I will try to take clips, snippets, interesting things, I guess, interesting takes that I have, about the tech world and the programming world and the AI world, and I will try to put those into this channel. Like 15 seconds to like 5 minutes, I guess, stuff like this, or maybe 10 minutes. I don't know. But yeah, it will be on Petit Pois clips. Right now, there is no clips, huh? But soon. But this week, it turns out I had some unexpected thing that I needed to do, and that I needed to prepare some administrative stuff for. But next week, I think for sure I will be able to publish some clips. Maybe tomorrow too. I will try. We'll see. Tomorrow I have to wake up very early, so I might be tired, but I can do a nap, so it's okay. Hello Tito. Hello Tito. You have good takes. I have extremely good takes. I have probably the best takes that you've ever seen in your life, And my like I'm the king of the yap, I can yap like crazy. You have no idea how much I can yap, I'm just a yapper, I'm just a yapper, so I'm just take all my yaps, all my yapping, I'm gonna cut them, and I'm gonna put those into the Petit Pois clips. Voilà. So I guess, and all of those 3 videos, those 3 YouTube channels, the 3 here, will point towards my streaming channel on Twitch. That's the objective. The objective is to increase the viewership of this channel by outputting content on those maybe I will put the clips also on TikTok or whatever, you know, for the Zoomers and the Alphas, right? To try to bring more people on this stream. And I will actually try this time because, you know, I've been streaming for a year and a half, but I didn't try to grow this Twitch channel. I was just chilling, you know? Now I'm not chilling anymore, or at least I'm chilling less. I'm chilling a bit less. I'm doing this structured section at the beginning, the tech news section. And now I will try to actually output content on YouTube to gather some viewers, to funnel, to guide to my Twitch channel to maybe have more viewers or, you know, grow the channel basically. And if I can have more viewers, I can have maybe more ad revenue or more, maybe some sponsoring or whatever, and I can make some money, you know? Voilà. That's the objective. I will try to make my Twitch channel as to care about my Twitch channel as a product among my other applications. You know, my two apps that I made, I'm going to continue also working on them and trying to market them, right? But I will also try to grow this channel as a, you know, one of the three products. I have Control Kaizen Can and my Twitch channel and my YouTube channel that I will try to grow. Voilà. That's the latest news about me and what I try to do. Oui, exactly. Voilà. Look, Nat made this big. This is the emoji that Nat made. You know, so big is the Owo emoji. Did you, Yannick? Did you see? Are you there, Yannick? Yannick, tits or ass? None. I like when things are small and refined. Voilà. Did you see the emoji? Did I show you the emoji? Attends. Let me show you again. You know, just for the sake. Ah yeah, no, I showed you. Huh? These two. Right? Can gigantify. Ah oui, voilà. Ah non, it was already sent. Okay, sorry. Voilà. Baguette, voilà. It's the two. So, you know, I used it here. Voilà. Because I have no design skills. I never saw those. Oh, okay. So, but very cute. So here it is. Did you never officially saw those as J person, or is that what you mean? I don't remember. It was before the holidays. Petit Owo. No, I don't think you showed them to me ever. Ah, okay. Okay, bah voilà, here they are. So this is a Nat, huh? This is Nat's artistic gift to me, you know? Nat's artistic gifts to me. Exactly. Yes, and I guess I put this one as a free emote, and the other one as a paid sub, you know, just for the sake of having one paid emote to motivate people, of course, you know, to give me crazy amount of money, you know. But yeah. Voilà, that's the goal. That's the goal of this of the stuff. And so, and I will try, and so for each video, I will also try to make a blog article. And so this for this, so the first video will be, the first blog article will be about Yann Leca, and after writing the article, I will shoot the video and publish the video, you know, since I will already know my subject, because I would have read the same sentences 20 times, you know, so I think I will be able to put a video, and, you know, I will just, you know, use this view and talk to people like, oh, do you know? Do you know? Na na na. Tech news. Yann Lequin. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. This is crazy. No, don't you think it's crazy? Voilà. This will be my video will be like this. I hope people will like it. You know, I'm sure they will like it. They will give me and then they will give me all their money, for sure. Soon a billionaire. Okay, let's get back to reading. Did I finish? No. You'll make video thumbnails. Yes, I need to make video. Yes, I need to make video thumbnails. You know where with the faces like this, like you know. I need to have like I actually need this weekend probably to make a video shot or whatever, where I'm like, oh you know oh you know for the thumbnails, because of course the thumbnail people only click on thumbnails where there is a human face, because humans are social monkeys, so they only click on the thumbnails where there is a face, and they go, oh so I will need to do that. And I need to find a way to not have my fucking half of my I need to clean, basically. I need to clean my kitchen first, and then I will be able to maybe make, or maybe I can just put the camera like this and like this. Blah blah blah, tech, programming, nanana, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, programming. Bon, there is still my coffee machine here with the coffee capsule. So maybe I still need to clean. I mean, yeah. Okay, so I said, what did I say? I said that this sentence is a bit grandiloquent. I think this is an English word, huh? Green curtain? Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about the green screen, but also because I literally bought some, like, I mean, I guess I don't want to buy because I bought enough things, and I told myself I'm not going to buy more. I thought about, yeah, the green screen, but I lean no. I lean keeping it like this. Not for any reason. It's just that also, like, my background right now doesn't have many personal stuff, but apart from this tissue that's very personal, of course, or this coffee, or these medicines, of course, that I use for treating my cancer. But apart from that, not very personal. And my fidget spinner here, you can see. But I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay. And it's just a bit annoying because, this is my living room. And when I go to bed, I use this couch that I unwrap my couch. And so it means that I would have to set up and unset, to set up and put away the green screen every day, and that's a bit annoying, also. So yeah, I guess that's why I don't want to do it. I really don't want such a legendary scientific figure to basically have the entire Silicon Valley and the social media software engineering bubble being angry at him because of a misunderstanding about what he's saying. A bit grandiloquent. Yeah. I think that's just sad and, in a way, absurd. Lequin reads some slides in an academic machine learning conference to his academic peers, and for some reason, people take that as if he's criticizing the entire current AI industry, even though that's clearly not what he does here. Of course, the internet is messy. There will always be people misinterpreting everything you say in the wildest ways. But here, it was strong enough that I felt the need to address it. I hope this article clarified the confusion. It's not that bad, actually. I really thought that it was going to be worse than this. So this is the reorganized but mostly untouched version. It's okay like that. Yeah, okay. Good. Good. Also, the one thing I'm wondering is, should I have a longer camera, like higher than large? Because I've seen a lot of, but at the same time, could I attends, because I've seen there's a lot of YouTubers right now who have the camera that is like a vertical rectangle, and I guess it's useful to, maybe it's useful to allow people to see what you do with your hands like this, because like here my hands are cut, and I guess if the camera was a bit higher, you could see what I do with my hands like this. But is it actually that important to see what I do with my hands? I'm not so sure. Do you like my hands? Do you want to see my hands? It's is it better like this? Because of course I can't do this. Well, I think that about this subject, I think it's better like this. No, I need to be there. It's just that here there is more space for your imagination to imagine half of my hand. That's just what's going on here. It's like when you read the book, you need to imagine, the other half. Maybe that's a feature, not a bug. I don't know. Let's read the polished version of the article. So now this article is the same, but polished. The sentences have been polished by Claude. It's okay, the square. Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Then, when I think about the vertical, I'm mostly thinking about low level learning. Very good YouTuber about cybersecurity, right? He's he has this kind of, and you see when he does this, you can see his hands more. I'm not sure if this is very, you see, and he uses his hands a lot, he's like Italian like this, he's very, maybe it's useful, I don't know. Look at my the bag, what's the bag? Encoding, maybe I don't know. It takes a long time after I write. It's okay, the square. The chat is very slow. It takes a long time after I write. Really? Really? Wait a minute. Do I have a bitrate problem? It doesn't seem that I have a bitrate problem. Maybe you need to refresh the page or something? Do you mean like it takes a long time to be written here? on the stream or here? Or yeah, here. Here or here? It's fine for me. Okay. Yeah, so I guess Goncalves, maybe you need to refresh the page. You know, so sometimes when there's some shenanigans, you can have some seconds of delay. And just refreshing usually works. Alors, Polish version. People are confused about Yann Lequin. Every time he says that LLMs are doomed to fail, people lose their minds. Look at any of his posts on this topic, and you'll find hundreds of comments accusing him of arrogance, of insulting everyone building AI products, and even undermining Meta's AI efforts, the very company that has employed him for the last 10 years. I think most of those comments are profoundly misguided. Foundly. Well, are misguided. They stem from a fundamental misunderstanding of who Yann Lequin is, what his career has been about, and what his role at Meta actually was and still is. Attends, let me check the difference. Yeah, what the substance of his career. That was a bit weird. Yeah, it's better formulated. So here I said to Claude, like, okay, reformulate, but not too much, okay? He's a researcher, not a product person. Also, is it smaller? It's slightly smaller. Yeah, in length, maybe. Okay. First and foremost, let me say the important bit. Yann Lequin is not an executive manager at Meta. He's not a product person, not a marketer, not an engineer, not an entrepreneur, not a startup founder, not an investor. He's not a Satya Nadella, an Eric Schmidt, a Peter Thiel, or Sam Altman. Yann Lequin has always defined himself as one thing only, a researcher. That's who he is. He's an academic researcher trying to push the science forward. This is what he truly cares about because this is his job. It's always been his job, and it will continue to be his job. His research earned him the Turing Award, the computer science equivalent of a Nobel Prize. He's one of the biggest names in the entire field today. He's a big deal, the same way any Nobel Prize winner is a big deal. This means he doesn't have to prove anything to anyone in machine learning, along with other legendary figures like Hinton and Bengio. He led the scientific foundation on which current LLMs are standing. Why did I put this sentence here? Because it's like I'm trying to say that he doesn't have to prove anything, but Yann Lequin is not trying to prove anything. So why do I say this? Yeah, let's just delete that. Ah, no, how do I do this? Dit. Voilà, the same way any Nobel Prize winner is a big deal. Along with other legendary figures like Hinton and Bengio, he led the scientific foundation on which LLMs are standing. His role at Meta was never about products. When Mark Zuckerberg hired him in 2013 to create FAIR, Facebook AI Research, note the research, it wasn't to manage product development. He was hired as a legendary researcher to continue doing what he had always done in academia at NYU at the time, pushing the science forward. This is why it might surprise outsiders that Lequin had no involvement in creating the Llama models. His team's job at Meta was never to release products. Their job was to publish peer-reviewed papers that would be that would be noticed by academic researchers around the world, not by consumers. That's what FAIR has always been about, releasing good scientific papers, not consumer-facing products. Hi, Lonat! Hey, Lonat, how are you? Bonjour! Yeah, look, who is there? It's Yannick. Good at you. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm reading my article. I'm rereading different versions of my article until I'm satisfied with one version, basically. Well, Yannick is back. Hello, Yannick. Yeah, it's back. The whole concept of that's what FAIR has always been about: research releasing good scientific papers, not consumer facing products. The whole concept of FAIR was that this team would do fundamental research completely detached from Facebook slash Meta's business needs. If Meta wanted to use FAIR science to build products, fine, but that wasn't FAIR's responsibility. That was the deal between Luca and Zuckerberg in 2013. It's very good how Claude actually rewrote correctly the sentences that were a bit weird, but it mostly kept the rest the same. Very nice. Tell me, Yannick, how your life is going since you reach 32 years old. This ad should be right. Since the time that you leave us here alone. Yeah, it's been so long. You know, Yannick went out to get some milk from the grocery shop and he never came back. Until today. Rejoice. Like my father. Or maybe I should not laugh. I don't know if I don't remember if it's true or not. No, you no. Wait. I don't remember correctly. I know, it's been a bit. Yeah, Sage. But look, you are here now, you know? So all is how do you say all is all is okay. Not a bit, dude. A giga, a tera. Damn, that. Are you a nerd or something? Wow. The whole concept of fair. I already read that, but that wasn't first responsibility. What he means when he says LLMs are doomed. Now let me come back to his comments on LLMs. When he says things like LLMs are doomed to fail, or if you're young, don't work on LLMs. People confuse his statement for something they're not. He's not throwing these comments in the face of engineer, executive, or investors currently building consumer products. Many people mistakenly think he's despising their work. But no, those people aren't his target. He's simply talking to other researchers about the next decade of ML breakthroughs. His goal as a scientist is not to shape or participate in the current engineering and business dynamics around LLMs. That's not his concern at all. I truly think he couldn't care less about whether OpenAI, Anthropic, or Meta uses LLM for their current products. That's not what he does. He's talking about science. His role is to discover the science that will lay the foundation for the next generation of AI systems, not the current one. He needs to create the scientific foundation for AI products that will exist 10 years from now, the same way he did exactly that 10 years ago for the AI products we have today. Nice, he reformulated this sentence. I'm not a nerd. I don't know what these words mean. I just saw at the internet. I was working at the Interted ARD. I was walking at the internet RD. Then I found this word. My English is getting better. I'm reading a lot of mangas these days. Mangas in English, of course. I even know what is morrows now. Oh, really? Morrows? I don't know what is morrows. What does morrows mean? Morrows. I know sorrows, but morrows? I don't know. Actually, morons. Ah, I wrote wrong. Okay. I thought, but is morrows something? Morrows. Morrows is actually something. It's an archaic form for morning, the next day, the time immediately after a specified event. Good night, good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say good night till it be morrow. Ah, it's like tomorrow. Tomorrow, morrow. I guess, yeah. Many good morrows to my noble lord. Yeah, so it's like the mornings. Because tomorrow is like the morning after today, right? Or something? Today? No. Tomorrow? No. No, it doesn't work. I don't know. But now you also know what tomorrow is. Yes. Yes. Right? It's something about the morning in an archaic form. And moron, yeah, it's an insult, right? Thank you, Japan. Praise. Exactly. All this knowledge just because we are talking about mangas. Yeah, right? Mangas. I need to watch animes again. But animes in English, right? Animes in English and in Japanese. No. Ah. But if you watch, never do that. But no, me, I watch. Actually, I watch the animes in French. I only watch the animes in English, in French. I don't like watching the animes in Japanese because I don't understand anything. You know, that's annoying. And I'm lazy. I don't want to read. Now that I know, now that I know how to, now that I understand. When I was learning English, I took on me to read the subtitles, right, in English. In the French subtitles for English, or even the English subtitles for English movies or whatever. When I was learning English, I took on myself to, you know, put on the subtitles. But now, like, I'm not going to learn Japanese. And so I just want to have fun, to relax, and I'm just putting on the French dub, and it's just easier. Konoyaru, bakayaru. I know that baka is like an insult, right? When the Japanese say baka, it's like moron, or stupid, no? Nat, are you actually learning Japanese? No. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I actually all of my and do you know tan tatan? No. Dan dadan dan dan dadan. I watched Dan dadan in French. Actually, in the French dub, and it was funny. It was good enough. It was okay. Japanese was my first foreign language. Oh, skilly shoe. Really? Skilly shoe, what for me? For learning in French? For watching in French? I don't care. I'm not trying to increase my skill when I watch animes in any language. I'm just trying to relax and have a good time. You know, I know some things, but I just know some kanji and katakana, and iragama. Ah ouais, so you actually learned some things. Ah ouais. No, to me, I'm not attracted enough to the Japanese culture to try to learn the language. I'm really not. Like, I know lots of people are very attracted to the Japanese culture, into uh, the culture in general, but I'm just not. So yeah, I mean, I think it's nice, right? It's an it's an interesting culture. It's an interesting culture. But do I have to me, like, Japanese is like Swedish, is like Danish. I don't know. It's like one of those countries that I think might be interesting, but I'm probably not going to have the willpower to actually learn anything in my life. It's like too far away. It's too far away on the horizon. Japanese, Chinese, especially since like Japanese and Chinese and Korean. It's like the alphabet is so different. Oh, there is no like there is no similarity to grab, to like anchor yourself in, compared to the European languages, for example. It's wow, it's a big endeavor, and I really don't want to take this endeavor. I really don't know how to really read. Well, I've heard it's very hard, but I can understand some videos. Oh, really? I know like 3% Japanese. Wow. Oui, I love Japanese and Japanese girls. I always knew you watch this kind of stuff. That yes, that was right. After all, I showed to Petit lot of anime girls the other day. Yes, yes, Nat showed me all of the anime girls that he liked in the anime. We had like a night, an anime. Uh, what is the best anime night one day, and he told me all of the girls that he liked in the anime. Yeah. Mm. He told me the girls he liked in Naruto. He told me the girls he liked in Full Metal Alchemist, I think, in the I don't remember the name, but the girl with the pink hair or whatever. Poti calling me she. I called you she. I don't remember. I did not. Did I? Did I say that? I sometimes I confuse. I'm confused. My pronouns are very fluid, but not my pronouns that I use for myself. The pronouns that I use for others, they're very fluid. It's the reverse. I do it in the reverse. I'm reversing Uno card to the woke people. I'm like, no, I am fluid with you. That's different. You know? Particularly Mishi is very offensive since he know how I look in real life. Yeah, exactly. And you're very cute, so it's totally fitting actually. That now I'm feeling gay. Well, maybe you should. Maybe it's a sign. Wow, very long list, I'm guessing. Of femboy. Yeah, take that, not you wokey. Exactly. You wokey. You wokey. And wokey. That's right. The list of women was very long. Yeah. I was shocked how much women there was. I didn't remember. Voilà, Ersa, Tsunade, Inata. Voilà, here it is. A lot of women. Yeah, like in and wait, and every time he mentioned one, he added a sage emoji because because implicitly was like they were all very beautiful, and she was very beautiful, and Tsunade was also very beautiful, and Hinata was very beautiful, and Erza also was very beautiful. So I cannot watch the anime because they were very beautiful. It was funny. Can you name them all from the top of your head? Yes, so we have Inoue, Yoriuchi, too. You see, like it's a big, I discovered the big motivator, in the anime. Even though, to be fair, I think the first anime that I was interested in watching was also because I was attracted to a character, and it was the blonde guy in Full Metal Alchemist. I think I was like 13 years old or something, and I saw the episode and I was like, oh, wow, this blonde guy is cute or something, But I was 13, right? So I was still like denying my homosexuality, I was like, no, no, no. But there was a part of me that was like, oh damn, But I was like, I guess I'm gonna watch more episodes, Edward, is it Edward the name? The blonde guy in Full Metal Alchemist? Yeah, this guy. Edward? Is it Edward the metal guy? No, basically I saw this guy and I was like, wow. When I was 13, I was like, damn, it's kinda cute. It's kinda cute. And then I discovered that I was gay. That's how. That was one of the first sparks of homosexuality that manifested in my young brain. It was when I saw the guy here. Yeah. Alphonse is the metal guy. Ah, okay. So it's Edward. Is there like a Wikipedia? Maybe. Ah oui, Edward. Ah, voilà. We have Ellerin 2 from Full Metal. Elwin. I don't know how to write the hot girl name. Elwin. 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 Oh, damn. Attends. Elwin. Winnie? With this one? Isn't Eric the odd girl Elwin? Whatever he was called? You see, I'm not the only one. Look at this. I'm not the only one, huh? I'm clearly not the only one. They knew they had something there. Attends. Eric, Rick, Win, Alicia. No, that's the girl. Win. Winry, there we go. You're not the only one, but you're just women like Edward. Well, yeah. Ah, Winry. Ah, ouais, Winry, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically the girl version of Edward, right? Blonde girl, yeah, okay, I see. Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, and and I think I remember now because like when I was 13, of course I was, opening up to these things and stuff. And I remember telling myself, why am I not attracted to the blonde girl? What's going on? I think the blonde guy is cute, but the blonde girl is not cute. What the fuck? Or I mean, at least she's cute, but you know, I have a preference. You know, I just have a preference. You know, I was like, what the fuck? You know? Then I started to wonder, what's going on in there? And then it started 3 years of being very homophobic and, you know, by, how do you say, repelling, in denial, or how do you say that in English? When you like refouler, repress, yeah, suppressed. Then I had like 3 years of suppressed homosexuality by being very homophobic for, you know, my mid teenage years. And then poof, it switched when I was 16. When I was 16, I met like a girl that told me very casually that she was bi, and I was like, oh yeah, it's not that bad actually. It's not that bad, but okay. She's not so cool actually. Oh really? I don't know General Mailer. She's nice. She worked with Mustang. Well, Mustang's a guy, not a car. Ah, okay. 3 years of being very homophobic, you say? Like Nat? Yeah, exactly. Just like Nat. Exactly. Yeah. Where was I? Ah, yes, the article. So yeah, I still need to. I think I'm going to watch the Foundation series next. You know, because I still have. I still need. It's funny that I need to force myself to watch something. Otherwise, I just don't watch. I just watch YouTube. Otherwise, Foundation 3 seasons. I need to watch the rest because I watched the first season, but not the 2 and the 3. So I need to watch that too. Oh, by the way, don't watch anime in French dub. Too late. Too late. It's all downloaded already. Your Pokemons have a marijuana name. Oh, really? Machamp? Ma... Macone. Macona weed. Mais non. In Brazilian, Macona is weed. That's funny. And no, Machamp is Machoc. Machoc in French. Machoc. Machop. Ah oui, et Machamp is Machopper. Machoc, yeah, Machopper in French. And Maconier. Maybe this is the one. Maconier. Yeah, Maconier in French. Maco, no. Yeah, Maconier. Mais I want the French one. Oh, it's translating everything. But you saw it. It's Maconier. Maconier. It's not Macona. It's Maconier. Bon, maybe it's a bit close. What the fuck is this? Is this Gigantimax whatever? Giganti something? Ultimamax, Gigantimax, Gigantimax of the region, whatever. There's a little ball on Google. A little ball? What do you mean? What a little ball? Oh! Oh! What is that? To catch Pokemon, adjust your search history settings. What the fuck? What the hell? Turn web and app activity. Attends, wait a minute. I don't want to dox myself. I had that deactivated. Additional app and active server activity manager. Use Google service. Bon, ok. Turn on web and app. Mais turn off. Include voice and audio. But I did activate it. On. Turn on. Okay, let's try again. Pokemon. Mais is it because of Vivaldi? If I Pokemon. No, it's not on the web. No, it's the same. Uh, let me activate all. I'm gonna be tracked by Google like CIA. Bon, okay. Pokemon. Mais weapon at activity, but it's turned on. What do they want from me? It is turned on. Well, I guess I need to wait or something. Do I need to maybe close and reopen Vivaldi? Pokemon. No, it doesn't want to. Reset the game. No, I changed the parameters, but it doesn't want to. Bon, I guess I need some time. Everything is on. Everything is on. I will now have the most personalized ads that exist in this world. I will have the most cutting edge, personalized ads. If only I could just play the Pokemon game, that would be cool too, but I can't. But I guess I need a few minutes, a few hours, I don't know. Um, oh, hey, what happened here? What happened? Where was I? Okay, yeah, I need to save. I don't have the Pokemon game. Ah, maybe it's only in some regions. Yeah, I will watch you doing my bike of the day. Ah, yes, yes, good, Nat. Congrats, you are doing the exercises, the workouts. Yannick, soon Nat is going to have very impressive abs because now I'm very athletic. Yes, Nat is going to have the abs soon, you know? I'm feeling very fat yet. Not for long, you know? Not for long. In a few 1 or 2 years, Nat, you will be skin as fuck, you know? Skin, no, skinny. Skinny? Did I say skinny? I don't remember. I need to be skinnier in 8 weeks. Well, uh, you will probably be skinnier in 8 weeks, Nat. Yes, objectively speaking, you will be skinnier. You know? Yes, it's true. 8 weeks, it's enough. It's 2 months. You can lose weight in 8 weeks. Yes, some people can lose, 5, 10 kilos sometimes if you eat right and if you do exercise. So yeah, you can lose lots of weight in 8 weeks, right? If you need, but if you need to lose more than that, uh, yeah, it will take a week, a year or two, but it's okay. Very thin. Yeah, you will be very thin in 8 weeks. Very thin. Where was I? Where was I? Polished. What he means when he say LLMs are dooms. Now let me come back to his comments on LLMs. When he says things like LLMs are doomed to fail, or if you're young, don't work on LLMs, people confuse his statement for something they're not. He's not throwing these comments in the fate of engineers, executives, and investors currently building consumer products. Sorry. People mistakenly think he's despising their work. But no, those people aren't his target. He's simply talking to other researchers about the next decades of ML breakthroughs. His goal as a scientist is not to shape or participate in the current engineering and business dynamics around LLMs. That's not his concern at all. I truly think he couldn't care less about whether OpenAI, Anthropic, or Meta uses LLMs for their current products. That's not what he does. He's talking about science. His role is to discover the science that will lay the foundation of the next generation of AI systems. Am I still using this? Next generations. Yeah, okay. Guess it modifies some things. Not the current one. He needs to create a scientific foundation for AI product that will exist 10 years from now, the same way he did exactly that 10 years ago for the AI product we have today. Yeah, this is better formulated. Doomed. Yeah. Today are based on, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, the reformulation is good. Same way you guys see that change go there we have today. First, you need the science, then you can have the products. We needed Einstein to revolutionize physics before we could build nuclear power plants. Lequin isn't at the building power plant step, he's at the creating new science step, but for machine learning. Wait a minute, now I'm not sure about something. Was Einstein's scientific breakthrough actually at the base of the physics needed to build nuclear power plants? Or was this not the guy? Indirectly, yes, but not in the way people usually think. E equal mc squared established that mass can be converted into enormous amounts of energy. This explains why nuclear reaction release so much energy. It did not tell anyone how to split atoms, control reaction, or build reactors. What actually enabled nuclear power plants? The real foundation are elsewhere. Quantum mechanics, Schrodinger, Heisenberg, nuclear physics, Rutherford, Chadwick, Fermi, neutron-induced fission, Hans Strassmann, Meitner, Fermi, how to sustain and control engineering, yeah. Controlled neutron diffusion plus heat plus steam turbine. Yeah, so maybe it's a bit far-fetched to say that. He provided that the destination made sense. He proved that the destination made sense. Without Einstein, nuclear power would still work. Without quantum mechanics and neutron physics, it would not exist at all. Einstein provided the energy accounting principle, others providing the mechanism, engineers provide the machine. Uh, to build, I mean, maybe nuclear power bombs, nuclear bombs. Not directly. There's a nuance leak. Yeah, okay. So what is the... I need for a metaphor a known scientist replace Einstein here, since the metaphor is not really auto-Anne. Bon, more iconic, you could use Marie Curie. She discovered radioactivity, which is the foundation of nuclear energy in general. We needed Marie Curie to reveal the power before it could be nuclear power plants. Yeah. Marie Curie. We needed Marie Curie to reveal the power before we could build nuclear power plants. Lequin isn't at the building power plant step, he's at the creating new science step, but for machine learning. He's not telling OpenAI engineers to stop working on LLMs because they're ridiculous. What he means when he says LLMs are doomed to fail is aimed at fellow researchers. He's really saying something like, If you're a young researcher publishing papers in machine learning, be aware that the LLM technology is fundamentally limited. It probably won't be the foundation for scientific breakthrough over the next 10, 20, or 30 years. That's not an engineering statement for today. It's a scientific statement for the future. He's not looking down on current AI startups and products. That's not his subject. He's concerned with what scientific breakthrough machine learning will produce in the coming decade. Oh, did I repeating myself? Already said that. He's not throwing, he's simply talking to the researcher on the decade of their breadfruit. So what he means is aimed at fellow researchers. I've already said that. Baguette, baguette, petit pot baguette. Petit pot baguette. Maybe. Maybe I could delete this. Many people mistake it their word, but no, those people aren't his target. Target at all. He's really saying something like, if you're a young researcher publishing papers in machine learning, a young be aware that LM technology is fundamentally limited. It probably won't be the foundation LM technology as useful as it is today is fundamentally limited and probably won't be the foundation for scientific breakthrough over the next 10, 20, or 30 years. That's not an engineering statement for today. Dash. It's a scientific statement for the future. He's not looking down on current AI startups and products. That's not his subject. He's concerned with what scientific breakthrough machine learning will produce in the coming decades. Yes, now that's also not a repetition of what's above. What he doesn't care about and why. Let's list what Yann Lequin doesn't truly care about, not because he's arrogant, the M dash, huh? Not because he's arrogant, but because it's not his job. For the sake of clarifying even more, this list what doesn't truly care about, not because he's arrogant, but because it's not his job. Meta's corporate management drama, Meta's evolving AI strategy for consumer products, how to improve Meta's LM technology, how to rival ChatGPT. None of this is related to his job, so none of it is his concern. His professional goal is to publish good peer-reviewed scientific papers in machine learning, and he's always been clear that he'll continue doing exactly that. Do you think a Nobel Prize winner would want to become a corporate executive? I know I wouldn't. Woof, bike is good, not hard. Ah, your bike, yeah, your apartment bike. Yes, your people call that nowadays a peloton or something. Your peloton, your peloton is good. Do you think a Nobel Prize winner will want to become a corporate executive? I know I wouldn't. He'll keep working in the area where he has all the fame and experience. He'll keep doing what his life's work has been about, machine learning science. Yeah, the sentences are way better formulated. So maybe it's good to have a slight, LLM slight reformulating, not too bad, not too, just a little bit. Sprinkle those reformulations. 35 kilometers per hour. Damn, 40 now. While I type. Wow. Damn. Your legs are so powerful, Nat. Damn. You can do two things at the same time. It's crazy. His new company doesn't change anything, but he's starting his own company now. Doesn't that prove he's more than a researcher? No. He said himself that he won't be the CEO, precisely because, you guessed it, he's a researcher, an older one at that. He instinctively knows his value as a researcher, Nobel Prize level, will always be higher than his value as a CEO, where he has no experience, no credentials, and probably no personal interest. The Alexander Wang drama is overblown. All the stuff with Alexander Wang and the new AI team organization at Meta, people interpreted it as if Lequin was. Bon, maybe I need to clean that up. All the stuff, blah, blah, blah. All the headlines. All the headlines surrounding Lequin and Alexander Wang, the new Meta team organization at Meta, about the now about the new AI team reorganization that happened at Meta involving Lequin, Wang, Alexander Wang. Lequin and basically Lequin and Alexander Wang. Now, about the new Gen AI team reorganization that happened at Meta, Lequin and Alexander Wang, people interpreted it as if Lequin was an angry executive upset about being sidelined by Zuck. Often, people often interpreted as if being upset about something. But again, no. But again, No, because he's always been sidelined. Again, no, because he's always been sidelined. He was always isolated. He was always isolated from Meta's corporate structure, and that was the plan from the start when he was hired to create Fair in 2013. From Lequin's perspective, Meta's corporate maneuvering around its new GenAI strategy isn't really his concern. He's just there to do science. Whether he reports to Wang or any other executive doesn't matter much. The company has no say in what science he produces, because in that domain, he's the authority. A Meta executive who isn't even an academic researcher won't have power over his research direction first. Won't have power over his research direction. Ah, no, it's an M dash. Won't have power over his research direction. First, because executives have no experience in scientific research. And second, because you don't tell a Nobel Prize winner what to research. He probably knows better than anyone. People want to see drama between Lequin, Wang, and Zuck, but the reality is that Lequin has always been pretty isolated from Meta's corporate structure. I've already said that. Maybe Zuck changes. I already said that. That being said, it's still a possibility that Zuckerberg, Mark Zuckerberg, maybe, you know, Zuck, he's just Zuck, you know? He's not Mark Zuckerberg. He's just Zuck. That's Zuck. The Zuck. The Zuck. That being said, it's still a possibility that Mark Zuckerberg changed his mind about FAIR. Maybe a 100% fundamental research team essentially a gift from big tech to scientific world isn't as much of a priority for him anymore. But in any case, Lequin isn't at fault. He fulfilled his role. He's a researcher who kept researching, exactly as Zuckerberg. Zuck. That's my boy Zuck. Exactly as Zuckerberg expected. In or out of Meta, he's going to keep doing what he's always done. Scientific research. I have a tendency to do these kinds of end of paragraph emphasis, right? Colon science. He's just going to continue doing that. Colon word. You know, out of Meta is going to keep doing is probably in or out of Meta. He's probably going to keep doing something he's probably going to keep doing doing. He's probably going to keep doing the boing. In or out of Meta is probably going to keep doing. He's probably going to. He's probably going to keep working. You know, out of Meta, he's probably going to keep working. In you did do deploy. Now that I think there are limits to how much you can type while on the bike still, huh? You did through deploy the blog. You did the deploy. Yes, I did the deploy, but because of my build system, I cannot deploy partial articles. So I deployed, so it works, so it's ready to deploy. but I took it down because the articles were not ready. But I did deploy, yes, and it does work. And I had to solve some bugs because I did not use Svelte, so it was a bit different. But yeah, it does work. But it's not up right now. But as soon as I finish the article, I will be able to deploy, yes. Out of Meta, is probably going to keep working on his scientific research. The real communication problem. Is Lequin blameless in how he communicates? Maybe not entirely. But the main source of confusion is that people take what he says in the very specific context of academic science and read it as a statement to the world at large and to current AI startups in particular. At large, in particular, in general, and to the current AI startups in particular. That was never his intention. I think. I think that it was never his intention. It seems to me that it was never his intention. It really seems to me that it was never his intention. Did he fail to anticipate how people would misunderstand him? Probably. Is he too embedded in the scientific community to realize that many people have no idea what his career and role actually are about? Probably. Does he care that people misunderstand his statement? Probably not. Whether people understand he's a researcher doesn't really impact his career. It's just people being mean. For him, it's probably whether for him it's probably just people being mean in his exotcom comments. Nothing serious. Well, I think it's serious enough for me to care and write this article. Well, I don't want such a legendary scientific figure to have also aggressive of misunderstanding. Again, maybe that's a bit grandiloquent. Grandiloquent? A bit grandiloquent. That's sad and in a way absurd. Lequin presents slides at an academic machine learning conference to his peers, and somehow people interpret it as criticism of the entire AI industry. Even though that's clearly not what he's doing. The internet is messy. I get that the internet is messy, and I get that the internet is I get that the internet is messy and that people will always misinterpret things in the weirdest ways. But this misunderstanding was strong enough that I felt the need to address it. I hope this article clarified this confusion. Okay. Now, the same article, but written in a DHH Paul Graham DHH / Paul Graham version. Okay. Okay. Oh, final version. It's also very shorter, I think. It's hurting. Yes, you're expected to be hurt. That. But after the hurting, you also need to rest, right? You need to have a day of, you know, resting, I guess. If you want to recreate good muscle fibers, you know? If you don't care about the muscle fibers, I guess, well, you can just hurt your body 24/7 and you will lose weight and muscles. You will lose both. But it's not very good for you know, the long term. But I will stop myself from giving to advice. The yapping is too strong. Every time Yann Lequin says, it's fine. Scroll through the comments on any of his posts and you'll find hundreds of people calling him arrogant. They think he's insulting everyone working on AI. Some even think he's undermining Meta, the companies that employed him for a decade. They're all wrong. And that's just a little wrong. Fundamentally wrong. That's how GHH writes. That's funny. I think I wrote like one of his article one time. I don't remember though. The confusion comes from a simple mistake. People think Lequin is a tech executive. He's not. He's a scientist. He's not who you think he is. Let me be clear about who Yann Lequin is not. He's not a project manager, not a marketer, not an engineer shaping features, not a startup founder, not an investor. He's not Satya Nadella, he's not Sam Altman, he's not playing their game. Lequin is a researcher. That's it. That's his whole identity. He's an academic who happens to work at a tech company, not a tech executive who dabbles in research. He's an academic who happens to work at a tech company. That's true. I did not write this sentence, so yeah, but that's true. And not just any researcher. He won the Turing Award, Computer Science Nobel Prize. Along with Hitton and Bengio, he built the scientific foundation that and others probably, and others, right? You know, he built the scientific foundation that every LLM today runs on. He doesn't need to prove anything to anyone in this field. He already did. I mean, yeah. He Fair was never about products. When Zuckerberg hired Lequin in 2013, it wasn't to build products. It was to run Fair Facebook AI research. Note the last word. Yeah, it's the the style is nice. The deal was simple. Lequin would do fundamental research, completely separate from Meta's business. His team's job was to publish papers that other scientists would read, not ship features that users would see. It's just to publish papers that other scientists would read. His team's job was to publish papers that other scientists would read, not ship features that others would see. The flow of the sentence is nice. The deal was simple. Lequin would do his fundamental research, completely separate from Meta's business. This is why Lequin had nothing to do with Llama. Nothing. That surprises people who assume he runs Meta's AI effort. He doesn't. Fair publishes papers. A different team builds products. That was always the arrangement. What LLMs are doing actually means. Maybe this one is better actually. Bon, if I just actually put everything closer together as real paragraphs, not this weird ass spacing. So when Lequin says LLMs are doomed to fail or don't work on LLMs if you're young, who is he talking to? Not engineers at OpenAI, not startup founders, not investors. Talking to He's talking to researchers, scientists, people like him. His message isn't stop building ChatGPT. It's if you're a young scientist publishing papers, LLMs probably aren't where the next breakthrough will come from. That's a scientific prediction about the next few decades, not business advice about the next few quarters. Think of it this way. Einstein revolutionized physics before anyone built nuclear power plants. But we know now it's Marie Curie discovered the radioactive atom. Marie Curie discovered before anyone built nuclear power plants. The science comes first, then the products. Lequin isn't working at the power plant level. He's working at the science level, trying to figure out what comes after current AI, not how to make current AI marginally better. He doesn't care whether Meta or OpenAI or Anthropic ships LLMs in their products. That's not his problem. His problem is what machine learning looks like in 20 years. What he genuinely doesn't care about. Here's a partial list. Meta's corporate politics, Meta's product strategy, how to improve Llama, how to beat ChatGPT, what VCs think about AI. Not because he's arrogant, but because none of that is his job. His job is to publish important research. He's done that for decades. He'll keep doing it. Why would a Turing Award winner suddenly want to become a corporate executive? He'd have everything to lose and nothing to gain. Damn, that, yeah. You know? There is a funny aspect of writing a long ass article to yourself with all your thoughts and having an LLM with a specific style, right? Not the general ChatGPT style that is, an average of all its weights or whatever. Just have a very specific way of talking that just summarizes and has better way of formulating things than you. I didn't know that Claude was so good at reformulating. And also, it doesn't have, well, I guess maybe this is because it's Claude, but it doesn't have the typical ChatGPT smell, like, like you can recognize. It's not just ta ta ta, it's really ta ta ta. You're just not doing this. You're actually a real this. You're a real that. This is not only like a statement. This is a strong. No, no. ChatGPT always output these kinds of smells, text smells. You're not just you're just you're not just doing blank. You're actually a real powerful blank. Claude doesn't have that. That's pretty cool. At least not here when it's specific enough. I guess maybe if you ask ChatGPT to embody the HH and program like they did, I guess it's actually less smelly. His new company changes nothing, but he's starting a company. Surely that proves he cares about more than research. He already said he won't be CEO. He won't be CEO because surprise, he's a researcher. Because surprise, motherfucker. Surprise, motherfucker. Surprise. He's a researcher. He knows his value comes from doing science, not from managing a business. A Turing Award winner playing CEO would be a waste of a Turing Award winner. That's a funny way to formulate it. I'm genuinely impressed by the style and the way it. That's funny. I never thought about Claude Opus or Claude as a good copywriter, or but maybe it is a better copywriter, or at least it's a copywriter that doesn't have the same, you know, style smells than ChatGPT that everybody's used to by this time. His new company changes nothing. Every time you want the Wang drama is noise. When Alexander Wang took over Meta's AI efforts, people assumed Lequin was furious, sidelined by Zuck, corporate drama. But Le Wang, yes, Lequin has always been sidelined. That was the whole point. FAIR was designed to sit outside Meta's products org. Whether he reports to Wang or someone else is irrelevant. Executives don't dictate his research. You don't tell a Turing Award winner what to study. He knows better than they do. He knows better than everyone else. Wait, he knows better. What did I write? He he probably knows better than anyone. Yeah, I like this one better. Mm-hmm. Do you have more emote spaces? Yes. Yes, I do have more emote spaces. I think I have like 6 or something. Let me tell you. Emotes. I have I have I have 4 more slots for the free emotes and 4 more slots for the standard tier 1 emotes and 5 open slots for the animated emotes and 2 additional bonus animated emotes. So I have 4 slots for the free, 4 slots for the static emotes, and 7, I guess, for the animated emotes. I'm not sure what the bonus animated emotes change from the base animated emotes. I'm not sure. And I can also have 1 tier 2 emotes and 1 tier 3. And I also have the beats tier. Bon, the beats, you know, rich people's problem. Yeah. So I have I have quite a bit left. I'm wondering if I'm not going to put the 2, like the mirrored ones also, because like it's very the emotes are you can do what you want with the emotes, right? But if you want to delete an emote, add an emote, you can do what you want. Huh? There's no limitations, huh? I guess. Yeah. You don't tell what to study. He probably knows better than anyone. He probably knows better than what to study. Not to study, to research. You don't tell a Turing Award what to research. He probably knows better than anyone. Mark Zuckerberg has the No, Mark Zuckerberg, maybe Zuckerberg has lost interest in funding pure research. Maybe a lab that gives away science for free isn't a priority anymore. But none of that is Beckham's fault. He did exactly what he was hired to do. Yeah. I'm hungry. And so, do you have some ideas for emotes? Um, do I have an idea for emotes? I think I had an idea a few days ago, but I forgot now. Wait. No, I had idea for alerts actually. I had idea for alerts. I want to put an alert with Yilong Ma, and I want to put an alert with Anouk. You know, just nerds roasting on an open fire. You know, I want to put these as alerts. Um, but I'm not sure if I should put them as emotes. I guess yes, right? Because the lore of the emotes usually are the lore of the channel. I mean, there's two kinds of emotes I see. You know, there's like the emotes of the people who take very seriously the artistic side and the emote, artistic direction or whatever, where all the emotes have the same artistic direction, right? um and they just are like the typical emotes that people use, so the disco club emotes, the like like all the one that I see on Iron Mouse, you know uh, and there's other streamers, like for example the French streamer that I follow the most. He mostly has emotes, not for people's reactions, typical people reaction that people have on Twitch, but he has emotes about the lore of his channel. Like for example, once he wore like a bee costume or a rabbit costume, and so he put an emote about the bee and the rabbit costume. Like stuff like that. Or like he made like a song about like a king, like an old French king that was fat and stuff like that, and so he put the emote. So I'm still not sure what I should do. Um, I'm still not sure. I guess both a little bit. I'm not sure. Why not? The Yilongma or the like the lore? I mean, I guess the Yilongma, yeah. Because no, you're right. Because the Yilongma, yeah, and like the lore is more interesting, I guess. It's just that, so I guess because the thing with the lore is emotes is that usually they are just used once and then they're forgotten. You know, um, then they're forgotten. Um, Whereas the reaction emotes are used more. But at the same time, the reaction emotes, I feel like the reaction emotes, like some channels who have like a lul, a lul, lul, a personalized lul emotes with the, with the streamer's face or whatever. Um, I'm wondering if this is like useful because it's redundant, or something. Voila, stuff like that. Nazulu. Voila, exactly. I'm not criticizing you, Nat. You know, But yeah, I mean, look, yours is fine. Huh? Yours is fine. It's not. Yours is actually not. No, sorry, no. No, but you know, like what I'm saying is that I'm wondering if this is. It's just that. So there's two sides of it. There's one side of it where I think when people really like you and they sub to the channel and they want to show you that you know they are like active in your community or whatever, they will use your redundant emotes like the lul, you know, the personalized lul and stuff like that to show you and the others that, oh look, you know, I'm part of this community and that's why I subbed, you know, and if you want the same emotes to feel part of the community, you need to sub. And so, you know, so in a way, to be part of a club, right? So in a way, this is good. This is good. Uh, in another, but at the same time, I guess, bon, I guess, you know, you just need to try, huh, basically. I just need to try. I guess I need to try both and I just need to check what would work. But you know, obviously I'm talking as if I already have like 100 viewers, you know, which is obviously not the case. You know, so right now I'm just going to add the emotes that you or Yannick or Goncalves or anybody else asked me to add that they thought it would be fun, you know, that they would use or something, you know. All my emotes are reactions, but that's good, Nat. You know, that's good. I'm not saying that it's bad. It's just that it's just that I'm wondering. It's just that I have. How we the oi? You have the oi. Yeah. Literally the same, but as me. This is good. As I said, Nat, sometimes people want that, you know? People want that and they just want to use your emote instead of the emote. You know, the reaction emotes are very nice for that because you can swap them with the emotes that you would use before very easily. And so, you know, it allows, you know, like people who use the oi emoji a lot before, when they come to to your channel and they sub, it's easier for them to use the oi emote, you know? What did you hate me? Oh, come on. You know, for example, Nat, I could do a sage emoji with a petit pot sage, and I know that you would use it all the time, you know? Same with the no, you know? I could use a petit pot no, and I know you would use it all the time. Therefore, confirming that reaction emojis can be very useful and good, you know? Oui. You know? So voilà, for example, voilà the it's fine, voilà. You know, I could do one too. Maybe I should put the hello, you know, when I do like this. I should put it this one. It's just I need to go back to Windows I think, to take the image. Um, yeah, I should put it. You know, it's just that I haven't thought about the emotes. I thought about the alerts, but at the same time, the alerts, um, the alerts. I guess they're only used for the subs, no? I know maybe you can also do it for the follows, right? So maybe I could do for the follow. It's just that maybe for the sub, people can choose which alert, because you know, like I see on some streams people are subbing, and then they can choose. I don't know how. but they can choose, or maybe it's random, I don't know, which alert they play, you know? Which alert they play when they sub. And so I don't know if I could do that. Yeah, I'm still undecided. Let's try something that really quick, okay? Just to let's try something really quick. Um, uh, but which emote? Why isn't there the real one? What the hell? Why is this the fake? It's not the real Sage. What the fuck? Where is the real? Real. 7 TV. There's the Smash. There's the this one. Maybe I could just add all the Sage emoji. Voilà. Here it is. Here it is. All the Sage emoji as my emoji, and you would just use them all the time. It's the perfect strategy, actually. So you see, I will add the reaction emoji because I think this is just the best. Fuck no, I lost it. Oh, the nerds. Voilà. Where is the Sage? But needs to be green like petit pois. Yes, 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 but let me cook, let me cook. Let me cook. Where is it? There's this one too. Attends, let me cook. Sage and... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do you think I can animate with AI or two to make an animation? Probably, yeah. It cling or something. Sage, putain, where is it? Here it is. Hey, I can't have it. The full. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Attends, maybe if I go on 7 TV, huh? Sage. Oh, it's midnight tomorrow. I wake up at 7 p.m. AM, sorry. Attends. Wait a minute. Let me cook, hein? Let me cook, en fait. Uh, generate an emote for Twitch that is basically the yellow. This is like a petit pois, no? Yeah, kinda. Attends. This is the yellow emoji here. but with but swap its face with I don't know if it will work. The green pea emoji, make it a green pea sad emoji. Keep the hands of the yellow one, the white glove hands of the yellow one. Oh my god, you're using my image to train AI, the bad AIs. Yes, I will write something about this on Twitter and talk about how bad it's the AI now. Exactly not. That's how you're supposed to react. Oh no, it's AI slop. AI slop, no. It's AI slop. Yeah, oh, it's not that good. It's not that bad. Eh, it's not that bad. He kept his it kept your it kept your texture. Look, Nat, your art is now your art belongs to the AI. You know? Attends. Ask to do 3/4. Yes. Um. Yes. Okay. Good. But swap the like no. How do you say turn it around 3/4 to the left. Hey, it's not that bad, huh? It's not that bad at all. Nano Banana is good, huh? It's Nano Banana Pro. Ouais. It needs to have bigger lips. It needs to have bigger lips like the you know it needs it needs to be like this. Oh, okay. Fix the contour of the green pea. Needs to be around its body correctly. Damn, Sage AI stole my artist job. Yes. Exactly. No, it doesn't want to. It's AI slop. The thick line need to go around all the green body. The back is not inside it right. Now fix it. Tell to him that it's a circle, not a pill. Yeah. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah. Do you think he thinks it's the front or something of a pill? No. Oh, and he goes back to the. Still stupid, huh? Bon, keep the position. Just change the thick contour to be wider. It's a ball. The character is a ball. Yeah, you're too good, Nat. The AI is never going to replace you. You're just too good to fuck you. Oh, you have the limit. Is the limit. Oh, you cannot replace me. No, I cannot replace you. I know you want, but you can't. That's right. Me, I would never want to replace you, Nat. What makes you think like this? I would never want to replace you, Nat. You know? Never. I value artists too much to want to replace you. I know you know, without artists, there would be no AI. Oh, I need to go to bed. Man, I can't go to bed. I'm waking up too early tomorrow. Not going to sleep. I'm going to go to the stuff. Mais oh. Uh, they really suck at it, huh? The same model. Yeah, it seems like it. Um, attends. It's a circle, not a cylinder. It's a ball. Yeah, but I said it though. I know. Look, it works now. It works, kinda. Attends, what's the difference between the sage and this? It's attends. No GPT. Wait, ta. Now make the lips and the eyes closer in shape to this emoji, but still retain the style it currently have has. The 2D flat style it currently has. Can it do it? Can it do it? Can it do it? Can it do it? That's very good quality. But at the same time, I knew that it could do that. But yeah, at least for the non-animated Twitch emote, you know, yeah. And all the people who were making all these emotes, well, I guess most people are too lazy to do that. Oula, no. No, 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 no. Uh, no, sucks. Sucks ass. No, you have a hangover. Yeah, voilà. I'm hangover now. I'm hangover now. Well, the annoying thing with the wait, you know what? I think I have a solution though. I will have to pay, but I think I have a solution. Wait a minute. So this is the paid. This is my paid one. I use an API key. Rounding with Google search. Bon. Make the lips wider and more bulbous. Bulbous? Bulbous? How do you say that? Bulbeux. Bulbous. Bulbous. That's my secret sauce. Let's see. Choose an API key. Ooh! Wait a minute. Ah, it's okay. I like boobs. Not boobs. Bulbous. No. Not like I'm not going to say that. Not like a no. This looks like a person. If you want, I will be replaced, but not today. Oh yes, that's right. This person looks like somebody with lip fillers. I need just wide, more 3D lips, not this remix. Sorry. uh, wow. Less feminine. Lips need to be. Now this is like like the the kinds of emojis that they have on the hot tub streams. It's like over like weirdly sexual like feminine emoji or whatever. And keep the cartoon style. No. Bon, attends. Make the green character with lips more similar to the yellow character here. Wider three like how can I textured like more three-dimensional lips, but still in the cartoon style here. Masculine lips. Not feminine, like not feminine. Outside. Yes, I mean that's why it's hard, right? I'm not sure if it's going to be able to because like the annoying thing is that the very small no. No. Wider lips, less bulbous. uh, with the lower lip bulging out compared to the upper lip. I'm sad. Exactly. I'm so sad. I'm sad. Period. Ah, we're getting closer, no? No. Lips need to be to extend to the full width of the ball body. Same height. Like as if they've been compressed and extended without the proper scale. More volume. Yeah. Or maybe I can just like edit it manually and extend it and then resubmit it. Bon, I'll do that later than now because this is a big endeavor. Hey, closer. Okay, nice. But now without the smile. Mouth, lips need to be sad, but keep the wideness and keep the bowl round. You know, we are getting to it. Less sad, more like neutral, but with the lower lip bulging out compared to the upper lip. Because I think what's attracting people to the sage emoji is that it's not truly sad. It's just like, you know, it's like, you know, it's a bit like, fuck you. Fuck you, Gemini. Uh, uh, fuck you. This is better. Yeah, it's like, mm, mm. Just make it sad. Mm. Just make it sad, bro. Mm. God damn it. Make the green character volume in the face closer to the yellow character. Add volume to lips and eyes in a similar style. Or maybe instead of doing transform the green character into yellow, maybe I should take transform the yellow into green. Or make the yellow into a green, into the green character more. Oh wow. Oh fuck. Oh, that's even worse. Oh wow. Damn. Perfect. Perfect. Oh fuck. I would love this one. Wait, we need. Mais attends. Oh, no. It's not even sad. It's just like, it's a resting bitch face, you know? Do you know what people call the resting bitch face? The resting bitch face? This is what it is. God damn it. Oh, what the fuck? You need to animate this to rotate. Oh, god damn it. I know it's not the good it's not the good format. What is the format of that? JPEG. Attends. What do I need the type to be? PNG? Ah, it's only PNG. Right. Okay, PNG. Okay, damn. You know, I paid for this image with the API key, so voila, you're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. You wanted it. You're gonna get it. Hey, huh? Like rotating 3D. Why JPG? Have a max resolution 1 megabytes. One. Uh, I'm not sure if it's a true PNG. No, image is not square. Oh. Uh, image to square ratio. Petit pot. This is RBF, okay? This is resting bitch face. Because this is not Sage. It's RBF. Voilà. I know it doesn't work yet. Is it being validated? It should be a free emote. It's not there yet. In a few moments. No. Ah, do you see it? I don't see it. Ah, yes, I see it now. But I need to, I need to make it better, of course. I need to extend it a bit. But yeah. Mais, like, Are the 7TV modes taking more space than the base, or is it just that my emoji is very small? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we need bigger. Yeah. Attends. Wait a minute. Ah, I can only delete. I cannot change the image. I can only remove, delete from library. Line. Attends. Where is it? Ah non. Oh, ah, it's there. Attends, how can I resize? How can I crop image? No. Attends, maybe PNG transparency inline. Who needs Photoshop, you know? Who needs Photoshop? Oh wow. Um, Photopea, yes, Photopea. Who needs Photopea? Voilà. Okay. It should be there. It should be there. Wait, if I refresh, it should be there. Voilà. Voilà. Here it is. Here it is. Mais the Twitch emotes are smaller, I think, huh? Than the 7 GB. Is it me? No, because like right now it's maxed out to the like literally I cut the hands, because it's so cropped. So I think the 7 TV are just bigger. The 7 TV are just bigger. I like them big. Yeah, me too. Me too. But like, can we? Yeah, like literally, it's the bigger. Like with your emotes, with the owo and the baguette, it was also the biggest. The biggest I could do. Oh, wow. It's a nice emoji. Thank you, Nat, for pushing. Because it's a nice emoji. It's so ugly that it's beautiful. It's yeah. It's the lore, right? It's the lore. I did not. So I did not. I did not manage to actually create a reaction face, but maybe we made something even better, right? We made voilà, this. Oh my god. A fillery place, but good. Okay. Don't worry that. Is it so? Is it a thing like why Twitch emotes smaller than 7 TV emotes? You always appear 20 by 20 on Twitch. Is used. YouTube emotes are smaller. Oh, really? Twitch are normal. Okay. But the 7 TV, the 7 TV. I'm just wondering. The 7 TV emotes need to take some more spaces, right? Because like the Sage emote seems bigger, even like. Yeah, they are bigger. Yeah, I see. But I need to leave. I need to leave. I need to go to bed tomorrow. I'm waking up. But see you, Nat. Good night. Good night. Good night. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for the good emote idea, actually. You know, if you have any other ideas about the emotes or the alerts or whatever, feel free, you know, because I have no idea. Voilà. So yeah, good. See you. See you. Not good night. We will find something. Exactly. We will find something. I mean, I have some ideas, right? I have basically all the funny lore we had on this channel: Yilongma, Anouk, you know, all the videos that Yannick, whatever, all the videos that you sent or whatever, you know. We will find some things. See you. Yes, see you. See you. See you. See you. See you. Attends, I will gigantify. I will gigantify the new emote. For once, you will see it, you know, big. Voilà. See you. See you. See you.